Uh, Hello, this is Ye, and we will start our section 3, trade and investment. But before we start, I would like to introduce you our national chair professorship, Professor Huang Hong, also on our webinar. So maybe Professor Huang Hong will provide us a lot of questions. Okay, let's welcome Professor Huang Hong. Thank you. And so in this section, we will have 4 presentations, and Professor Duncan Freeman will be the chair of this section. So Professor Freeman, please. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, hi, hello, and well, thank you for inviting me to participate in this workshop. We had some very interesting papers yesterday, and I hope we're going to have some good papers today. So, well, I'm the chair for this morning session, or this first session, well, morning here in Brussels. So I'm the chair. I see that, or I know that I am also the first speaker this morning. So to keep things very simple, I think what I will do then is go straight to my own presentation. And I believe we have for each speaker, well, up to roughly about half an hour, but we will also try and keep things short enough that we do have time for a little bit of discussion at the end of this session. So I will try now, hopefully, to share my presentation. I hope this works. I hope this is the right presentation.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, no problem.
Yes, you can see?
We see it.
Okay,
yes, we
good.
See it. Yeah.
All right. Okay, then, great. Then I will, I have a few slides. So what I want to talk about then is basically the broader economic relationship between the EU and China, and how, and more broadly Asia, in fact, but really focusing on China, and how this relationship is structured, and how it is also to some extent a relationship of, I would argue today, one of dependence. So what I want to say then is really that we have a question of how do we explain the economic relationship between the EU and China. What the normal explanation that we've had, or that we hear very often in the last few years, really focuses on a kind of a bilateral relationship between Europe and China, the EU and China, and focuses around issues that we've heard about many times, like using ideas like the level playing field, reciprocity, the need for a rebalancing of an imbalanced relationship. And in this kind of view of the relationship, a lot of the burden of explaining the structure of the relationship is really dependent on China, on China's economic policies, China's trade and investment policies, and so on. But I would argue that this ignores a lot of factors. Very briefly, global and economic factors, the global economy, regional economies, the fact that neither China, Asia, or the EU, Europe are simple single entities, China's regional and global role, the EU's regional and global role and so on. And part of what this ignores, certainly in the case of the European Union, is if you take this rather simple bilateral relationship, is the importance of member states and relations that they have within Europe, and also with China. And so, I mean, I'm to some extent following Millward and his kind of argument about the European Union and European integration, that nation states remain extremely important, and that also the fact that in the internal political economy, especially in the European, the post-Euro crisis, is very not often completely ignored in the relationship with China. And so you have people like Stiglitz and so on, who've written books about the post-Euro, the post-crisis period in the European Union. But almost all of them completely ignore the China dimension of what has happened in the post-crisis period in the European Union. So you have this problem that the EU keeps talking about the need for a unified voice in its approach to China, but it never really comes to an understanding of what exactly the problem is. And it's not just a problem of the fact that China has a so-called divide and rule policy in the European Union. It's a structural problem that exists within the European Union and its relationship with China. So that is really the kind of approach that I'm taking, and it's a sort of approach that has a number of dimensions to it. It's historical, it's about political economy, international relations, and so on. Just another, I mean, can you see my slides? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you could. Okay, you can see them. All right. So its approach, I mean, this is an extreme example, but probably a lot of people are familiar with the work of the historian A.G.P. Taylor, and his very famous book on particularly the 19th century history of diplomacy in the European Union, and which he was titled "The Struggle for Mastery in Europe." And I think you could argue that even today within Europe, this struggle for mastery in Europe continues. The importance of nation states, the member states, remains to be important. And a key question in the internal dynamics of the European Union today is China, and who decides on China. Is it a member state or member states? Is it Europe, the European Union? Is it which part of the European Union? The Commission, the Parliament have all become important players in this relationship with China, and which is now structured into the European Union. So a few slides which I'll skip through quite quickly, but what I want to do is to have well, what I would argue is that the questions today about the relationship between Europe and Asia, and Europe and China in particular, are not something which has simply emerged in the last 10 years or even the last 20 years with the so-called rise and emergence of China. They are very much historical in nature as well. And it is important to remember that Europe and Asia have had an important relationship which has been in existence for hundreds of years, and particularly through trade for hundreds of years. And this relationship, which has existed for hundreds of years, has important features which remain, you could argue, relevant for the relationship which exists between Europe and Asia today. So I won't talk about that in any significant way, but it is important to remember that there is a historical background here, and particularly the historical background of the 19th century and its relationship the relationship between Europe and Asia, and particularly, of course, in the 19th century between the British Empire and Asia and China. So to give it a little bit of a structure, I would argue that this historical relationship and also the current relationship has three dimensions to it. You have European states interacting or conflicting or cooperating with Asia, or actors in Asia to gain access to Asia. You have European states that are interacting with other European states in Asia in conflict or in cooperation in order to, they are interacting over access to Asia. They are competing with each other for access to Asia. And also you have a sort of a higher level of interaction, which is the effort by European entities in either conflict or cooperation to act as a gatekeeper to Asia or other European actors. And so you have what is in effect a three-dimensional relationship between European actors and Asia and China. And I would argue that in this, the commercial interest and the European in the European rivalry is extremely important. And in the past, I've got these are a couple of quotations from, well, it's a very well-known book, or two versions of the same book by Staunton on the McCartney embassy to China, where he, in the first paragraph of the first chapter, talks about the importance of the commercial interest and the legitimacy of the commercial interest in the McCartney embassy to China, and then goes on to then talk about the historical background, which I've just briefly discussed, and the history of the Portuguese, the Dutch, the Spanish, the English, the British, and so on. So, I mean, this was something which the actors in previous centuries were perfectly clear about and considered to be, in their terms, perfectly a legitimate reason for what they were doing in Asia. And clearly they were here, you know, the purpose of the McCartney expedition and British policy in Asia with China in the early 19th century was to gain access to the China market. But it was also in interaction, in conflict with other European powers. And in the 19th century, this issue became extremely important within the interaction of Europe with Asia and between European powers in Asia. The question of China in particular became extremely important in European politics, to such an extent that in the late 19th century, as, for instance, Taylor argues, it became the central issue in European politics, or a central issue in European politics, to such an extent that it was seriously considered the possibility that a European war would not break out in the Balkans or somewhere like that, but that there could be a European war which could break out over China. And you have this famous quotation from Disraeli in the mid-19th century that England, i.e. Great Britain, was more of an Asiatic power than a European power. But of course, after World War II and after the Second World War, just to simplify things very, very quickly, Europe effectively withdrew or was driven out of Asia and was no longer a significant actor in Asia. And in the post-World War II period, obviously, the United States became a far more important external actor in East Asia than the European Union or individual European states were. And so, for instance, you have the very obvious example of basically the refusal of any European power to become involved in the Vietnam War in alliance with the United States, and this basically remained the case and until the economic emergence of East Asia, the so-called tigers, the emerging economies of East Asia, and then of course particularly later on the emergence of China. And so then you have a re-emergence of European interest in Asia and European policy directed towards China, towards Asia, East Asia, and China in particular. However, once again, I would argue that from the European perspective, once again, the economic interest remains or was and remains central to this European interest and policy towards East Asia. And so I have a few quotes here. I mean, there are many others you can find from European policy documents. I quote here the first Commission policy document on Asia in general, which states, quite clearly, the main thrust of present and future policy in Asia is related to economic matters. The first, it gives a series of objectives of European policy in Asia, and the first objective is to strengthen the Union's economic presence in Asia in order to maintain the Union's leading role in the global economy. So it's not much, you cannot get anything much more clear than that. And the objective of policy is to benefit from opportunities which are arising in a region which is having very rapid economic growth. You find similar statements in China policy papers as well from the European Union, the importance of the China market, the emerging China market, and the need for the European Union to be present in that market. I would argue that the economic interest remains absolutely important. And I'll skip quickly through these next few slides, but basically this is an illustration of why this is important. The growing importance of China in global GDP terms and so on. And you know, I'm sure many of you have seen this kind of chart as well, from based on Madison, of the showing the historical reemergence of East Asia in general and China in particular. Of course, we have this recent discourse from the European Union related to the need for reciprocity, the need for a level playing field and rebalancing of the relationship with China in particular, which has been put forward in the in the 2006, the 2016 document from the European Union, and also the 2019 document from the European Union. I won't talk about those in any detail. I think probably that most of you are very familiar with these documents. I mean, they've been discussed extensively here in Brussels and elsewhere in the region in Asia. But it talks, well, about this need for rebalancing and a level playing field. And it also talks about the problem of this disunity or within the European Union, and recognizes explicitly this disunity of interests within the European Union and European member states. This has become a central theme of the discussion. However, to delve a little bit more deeply into the structure of the relationship of the European Union and China in particular, what I would like to do then is to just kind of give a little bit of substance to my argument, particularly for the post-crisis period, is to argue that this rather simple sort of view of China and the relationship between the EU and China as one of imbalances in favor of China, which you see if you look, for instance, at the aggregate trading relationship with China, is to argue that in fact it is much more complex than that, and the imbalances are in fact not quite what they seem on the surface. So of course, China as a trading partner has emerged very quickly in importance, not only as a source of imports, but also as a source of exports to China from the European Union. It's now the second largest export market after the United States. Of course, this trade is not at all distributed equally between EU member states, whether it's imports or exports. In fact, there's one member state which dominates far above all other member states, and that is Germany. I don't have the charts here, but if you look at, for instance, at trade between Germany and China, well, this is relatively well known. Germany is the only major EU member state which actually has a trade surplus with China. So quite clearly, the German economic relationship is not only more important than any other member state with China, but it also is of a different kind to any other major member state. And one of the key things, which I would point to in the discussion, is that there has been a fundamental shift in, if we look at trade between what has been happening in China and, for instance, a number of EU member states and Germany in particular, whereas in the past we talked about China as an export-dependent economy. This has changed in the past. And in fact, today, EU member states, like particularly Germany, are far more export dependent than China. currently is. And this is a fundamental structuring element in the relationship between the EU and particularly Germany as a member state and China. And we can see this if we look a little bit more detail at what has been happening in the post-crisis period in EU member states. We see particularly that if we look on this chart going back to 2007, the share of China in Germany's exports, it's gone up from, roughly speaking, about 3% to in 2019 there around about 7%. And that is significantly higher than any other current EU member state, or any certainly major EU member state. Germany, in particular, in trade terms, has become much more dependent on the China market. And what is interesting to look at is the relationship between China as an export market for Germany and other major export markets for Germany in this period. And basically, to simplify things, following the creation of the euro back well, 20 years ago now, there were two major markets for German exports. There was the United States, and this was obviously historically important market post the World War II, and you had the Southern European EU member states, which emerged very quickly as major exports for Germany. But of course, post the crisis in 2008, Southern Europe collapsed. The United States also, the United States market, especially during the crisis, collapsed and recovered. But basically, what happened was in the post-crisis period, China emerged as a major export market for Germany, and in effect replaced the weakness of other major export markets for Germany. If we look at EU investment in China, and this is a dimension which I think is very much downplayed or is not given enough significance in a lot of the discussion. Generally, this discussion and the justification, even for instance, for the investment agreement between the EU and China, is that there is not enough investment or investment flows between the EU and China are nowhere near as significant as the trade relationship. And a lot of this is obviously from the European side attributed to China's policy related to restrictions on FDI inflows. But this, in fact, although while it's true in a certain sense, does not actually recognize the importance which investment really has in the EU relationship with China. And again, although the figures are very, relatively speaking, small, they are once again dominated by Germany. However, even if we say that the investment flows are small, the reality is that investment in China has become extremely important for EU companies. And these are statistics. All these statistics here come from Eurostat, so they're European companies. But if you look at these figures, and this is turnover for EU affiliates in China. By 2017, which was the latest statistics on the Eurostat database, the turnover for EU affiliates in China is over 350 billion euros, which is actually more than EU exports to China in 2017. And if you look at Germany in particular, then you can see that while the turnover of German affiliates in China is still smaller, quite significantly, than turnover of German affiliates in the US, it has been growing very rapidly. And whereas back in 2007 here, it was about 6-7% of US turnover of German affiliates. By 2018, it's up to around about 40% of turnover of German affiliates in the US. So it's Germany, or China, is becoming very, very important for German companies. And actually, if you look not at the turnover, but the investment income that comes from China, then German primary investment income from FDI in China is roughly equivalent to primary income from the United States. And if you actually total the German investment income from China since the crisis, Germany has actually received more investment income from China than it has from the United States. If you see on these charts here, the investment income from the United States is actually highly volatile. There are some years where China does receive more investment income from China than it does from the United States. So, for instance, if you want to explain the investment agreement and why Germany was so enthusiastic for the investment agreement, signing the investment agreement at the end of last year, you don't have to really look too far if you want to find a simple explanation. And why was Germany willing to, if you like, forego the US interest for the China interest? Then you don't have to look too far for an explanation. And you have, and I'm getting to the end here, but one of the reasons why German investment income is so high in China, although investment in China is relatively small, is because, in fact, China provides incredible rates of return on investment for European companies in general, but German companies in particular, and far higher returns on investment than, say, compared to developed economies like the United States and so on. So the rates of return on investment in China remain, despite all the problems which exist and which are well documented and widely discussed. This is the reality. And the last 2 or 3 charts here, the emerging importance of, in the post-crisis period, of China for specific German companies, what you could call strategic industries in China, whether it's chemicals, Siemens, which is, well, broadly speaking, an industrial manufacturing company. You can see that basically what has happened is that their markets in Europe have declined and stagnated over a long period of time. They may have had some growth in their US markets in the post-crisis period, but they have enjoyed very, very much larger growth in the China market, and much higher than the global average. And of course, this is particularly the case for the German automobile industry, where you can see, I mean, this is a figure which, I mean, is really stark, is that if you go back to 2007, Volkswagen was selling, roughly speaking, 14% of its passenger cars in China. By 2017, it was over 40% of its passenger cars in China. And similar figures for Daimler with Mercedes-Benz, although not quite to the same extent. But you can see that the German market has basically stagnated. The US has shown some growth. China has shown massive growth. And this is not about exports. I mean, the number of cars that Germany exports to China is not very big. This is about investment in China. I think in 2017, 2018, Volkswagen China made 5 billion euros in profit. So it's about investment, not about trade anymore. So to kind of bring things back together, and I know I'm a few minutes over time, but this idea of a rather simple bilateral EU-China relationship, which is very often discussed in terms by policymakers, and also in some of the discussion which you find of the economics of the European Union post-crisis, really does not take into account the complexity of the internal structuring of the European Union and its relationship with China. And it still retains, I would argue, to summarize very briefly, this relationship which has existed historically of European states interacting with China and also more broadly with Asia to gain access for markets. It is also about competition between member states for access to China. And it is also about competition for who controls or who is the gatekeeper for access, or who determines the relationship. Is it a member state? Is it Germany or France? Or before Brexit, the UK was very important in this dimension, or is it in some sense the European Union? And as the European Union, is it the Commission, or is it the Parliament? So, I mean, these are some very initial kind of broad outlines of a discussion or something which I've been working on. So I look forward to your comments, and I will stop there and go on to our next speaker. Which, right, I'm just going to quickly once again look at the program. So our next speaker is Catherine Lee from Suzhou University, who is going to talk about the challenges of the EU approaches to address China's unfair trade practices, the issue of transnational subsidies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Timmy, I need your help. Show me. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to our dear colleagues in Europe, and good afternoon to our dear colleagues in Taiwan. Guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to have an opportunity to be part of this very important conference. I'm grateful to the organizer and Professor Ye for inviting me. Thank you very much. Today, I would like to share with you some of my observations about the Union's new approach to address the issue of transnational subsidies. First, I will a few words about this topic. And why do I choose this topic? That's because last year the Commission decided to impose countervailing duties on imports of certain glass fiber fabrics from Egypt, not only for subsidies received in Egypt, but also for subsidies received in China to the benefit of the Egyptian exporter. And the Egyptian exporter is subsidiary of a Chinese exporter. That was a major shift of Union's anti-subsidy policy. Now it aims at expanding the Union's anti-subsidy scrutiny to catch transnational subsidies or so-called foreign subsidies. This has made headlines with an interesting view on implementing WTO subsidy and countervailing measures agreement, so-called SCM agreement. In some international trade circles, the Commission's decision is somewhat controversial. Next slide, please. Page 2. A few years ago, the Commission considered that imports from China cannot be subject to an anti-subsidy investigation because China was considered as a non-market economy. But the EU has intensified its anti-subsidy actions against China in recent years. Now it is prepared to target transnational subsidies granted by countries to their investors in other countries. Last year, the Commission imposed countervailing duties on imports of glass fiber fabrics, so-called GFF, produced by a Chinese company located in a special economic zone in Egypt. It was reported that the company was established with the purpose of targeting the EU market. We don't know if it's true or not. I'm not so sure. This company was benefiting from financial subsidies granted by the Chinese government. And the Commission's regulation was adopted 2 days before the publication of the Commission's white paper on tackling foreign subsidies. The regulation concerning the GFR, another product case, was adopted 7 days later. It is the first time that the Commission has imposed countervailing duties on imports, not only from the country that provided the subsidy, it means China, but also on imports from another country where the subsidies in question were put in place, that is Egypt. That is so-called transnational subsidies, foreign subsidies. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Thank you so much. In both cases, in GFF case and in GFR cases, the relevant products were manufactured in Egypt by Chinese-owned companies. And the case on glass fiber fabrics also cover products made in China. The EU producers lodged a complaint with the Commission and alleged that the producer in Egypt, located in the so-called China-Egypt Stress Economic and Trade Cooperation Zone, the SETC zone, benefited from financial support provided by both the Egyptian and Chinese governments. The EU producer called upon the Commission to counteract such support because it resulted in material injury to the EU industry. Next slide, please. Next one. Thank you. In addition to countervailing subsidies that the Chinese government granted to Chinese exporting producers, and subsidies that the Egyptian government granted to exporting producers located in Egypt, the regulation also countervails subsidies provided by the Chinese government to exporting producers located in Egypt. Next slide, please. Subsidies. Okay. More especially, the regulations concern the following types of subsidies. First one, those subsidies of various forms. For example, preferential financing provided by the Chinese public authorities to Chinese exporters, such as companies belonging to the China National Building Materials Group. Second, subsidies granted directly by Egypt to companies carrying out activities in the China-Egypt Economic and Trade Cooperation Zone located in Egypt in the form of supply of land and tax incentives. Thirdly, subsidies granted by Chinese public authorities in the form of preferential financing to the companies carrying out activities in the SCTC zone. And during the Commission's anti-subsidy investigation, China took the position that the Commission could not legally investigate Chinese involvement in the financing of companies operating in the special economic zone because the alleged financial contributions by Chinese authorities to the companies operating in Egypt do not fall under the definition of subsidy according to Article 1.1.8 of the WTO Agreement on Subsidies and Countervailing Measures. This agreement provides that the subsidy exists only where there is a financial contribution by a government or a public body within the territory of the WTO member. And according to Article 3.1.8 of the Basic Regulation, which is the direct legal basis for the Commission to conduct anti-subsidy investigation and adopt countervailing duties. A subsidy exists if there is a financial contribution by the government in the country of origin or the country of export of the product concerned. Next slide, please. Thank you. The Commission reasoned with heavy reliance on the principle of state responsibility under international law. The Commission argued that the Chinese subsidies were in fact Egyptian subsidies because they had been adopted by the Egyptian government. The Commission focused its analysis on the length of cooperation between the two countries. The Commission analyzes in detail the bilateral agreements between China and Egypt. The bilateral agreements aimed at developing the special economic zone where the Chinese-owned producers are located. And these agreements play an important role in the Commission's contribution of the Chinese subsidies to the Egyptian government. The Union built its case on a theory of close cooperation between the two governments, serving a common purpose and benefiting common beneficiaries in Egypt. In particular, the Commission held that the Egyptian authorities had publicly acknowledged that the Chinese financing of the special economic zone was to play a significant role in Egypt's industry upgrades. Moreover, the authorities were clearly aware that the Chinese One Belt and One Road initiative involved the state financing, heavy state financing, through indifferent financial instruments. By jointly setting up the special economic zone, the Egyptian authorities clearly acknowledged that and adopted the financing as their own conduct. Egypt had also expressed full endorsement of the preferential financing benefiting its GFF producers in the zone. As the government of Egypt welcomed Chinese investments, it made the Chinese preferential measures its own, so that financial contribution by Chinese public bodies were attributable to the government of Egypt. The Commission took a clear position that the notion of contribution by the government should include not only measures that are directly originating from the government of Egypt, but also measures which can be attributed to that government. This was necessary because I guess the Commission thought because the WTO agreement on subsidies and the countervailing duties only applies to subsidies granted by countries to recipients in their own territories. Next slide, please, Timmy. And what's new in the two glass fiber cases? What's new? In the past, the Union has only targeted subsidies granted by the government where the imported goods were produced. And this approach is supported by the definition of subsidy in the regulation. It provided that a financial contribution by a government in the country of origin or export, a financial contribution by a government in the country of origin or export. The two glass fiber cases were a challenge for the Commission because they targeted products made in Egypt and claimed to be subsidized by both governments of China and Egypt. In order to be able to counteract the alleged cross-border support from China, the Commission had to interpret the regulation's definition of subsidy broadly to also include support given by a government outside the country of origin or export. The Commission concluded that the Egyptian government, through its conduct, endorsed and made its own the financial support given by China In other words, the support given by the Chinese government was attributed to the Egyptian government and brought into the definition of the subsidy under the regulation. Next slide, please, Tianli. The exporter affected by the countervailing duties on imports of glass fiber products has brought in action for annulment before the General Court, seeking the annulment of the Commission's implementing regulation. So far, there is no information available about this case. Whether the claimant's argument will be successful remains to be seen. China or Egypt does not file a claim against the EU under the WTO dispute settlement proceeding, probably arguing that the Union's expansive interpretation of the concept of subsidy violates the WTO agreement on subsidies and the countervailing measures. In the two glass fiber cases, the European Commission takes new approaches to expand oversight of foreign subsidies, going significantly beyond its established practice. The new approach signals a tougher stance by the Commission in the actions against the subsidized imports from third countries. And it clearly demonstrates that the Commission's wider ambition to broaden the scope of its existing toolbox when it comes to tackling the negative impact of Chinese subsidies in the European economy. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So, this article that I'm going to write seeks to answer the question as to what extent the oversight of foreign subsidies will be permissible in anti-subsidy investigation against a third country. In this issue, a few scholars have put forward various suggestions on this matter. For example, some suggest that the Commission could have claimed an infringement of most favored nations principle by China. As we all know that the subsidies are excluded from national treatment according to Article 3.8 of GATT, but not from most favored nation principle. To the extent that the disputed measures were considered as rules in connection with exportation, they will have to be extended to all glass fiber products produced around the world. Since the financial support by the China in the glass fiber cases was linked to the manufacturers located only in the SETC zone, China could be in contravention with the most favored nation clause, and the disputed measure could not be justified under one of the exceptions to the most favored nation principle. Others propose to take WTO compliant unilateral actions against the transnational subsidies. It means that if such actions against subsidies granted to foreign producers or service providers can be justified under the general exceptions provided for in Article 20 of the GATT or Article 16 of the GATT. Still others suggest that the Commission could have demonstrated that the particular market situation exists, affecting price comparability due to Chinese subsidies. Consequently, the Commission could have made avail of countervailing duties against cross-border subsidies if it is proven that the producers operate in a distorted market economy environment. Another similar suggestion is that the Union could have relied on special difficulties in applying the proceedings under Article 14 of the SCF agreement, to refer to Section 15.b of China's accession protocol to the WTO. Those commentators have certainly made many valuable suggestions with regard to the alternative approach, which could have been adopted by the Commission in the two glass fiber cases. And my article seeks to answer the same question by pointing to another path. I intend to first review the special characters of the special economic zone in question, and then address some concerns or key concerns on indirect subsidies granted by the Chinese government to those producers located outside its territory, trying to determine the genuine link between them, figure out, if any, feasible approaches toward shaping a set of anti-subsidy rules in this particular situation. In the two glass fiber cases, to me, domestic subsidies are eventually hidden under the cloak of cross-border subsidies. It is questionable whether the Commission's new approach will bring the countervailing measures into compliance with WTO law, or it only aims to preserve, to the greatest extent possible, the effectiveness of countervailing measures against subsidized goods benefiting from China. No doubt, the Commission's new approach is partly a reaction to the ongoing dysfunction at the WTO and the failure of the multilateral trading system to discipline subsidies in an effective way. But it might be argued that it is not a good moment for the Union to act unilaterally in a way that could be perceived to be undermining the WTO multilateral trading system. The implications for the rule-based WTO system and the future of WTO subsidies reform remain to be seen. As a result of public health emergency and economic recovery efforts, many countries have launched COVID-19 related subsidy programs for sustaining their enterprises to impede economic growth. There is a growing trend towards the use of subsidy. So I believe there is an urgent need to modernize global rules to more effectively address the myriad of different types of subsidies. The best that can be said of the two glass fiber cases is that the Commission makes a small step along a very long road. And I guess the time is running out, and I will stop there. And thank you for your attention, and thank you, Ting Yi, for your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for a very detailed discussion of a very current legal issue in relating particularly to trade and subsidies and investment and subsidies also. Quickly moving on then to our next speaker, Professor Law from National Taipei University, who's, well, the title of the presentation is there before you on the COVID-19 Crisis Recovery Fund and implications for European integration. So, Professor Law, the floor is yours.
Okay. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Good morning, Professor Freeman, and good afternoon to my colleagues in Taiwan, and also my students over there. And today I'm going to present the topic, the COVID-19 crisis, the EU Recovery Fund, and its implications for European integration. The COVID-19 hit Europe badly. Some EU countries were the worst affected countries. Okay, the pandemic brought the EU facing what Angela Merkel called its biggest test since the EU foundation. Okay, the widespread lockdowns in most parts of the European Union were followed by the deepest economic recession in EU history, with an unprecedented GDP decline of 7.5%. The EU economy, according to Emmanuel Macron, was reaching a crucial economic and financial point. A very unconventional recovery fund was agreed by EU leaders in July 2020 as their policy response to this COVID-19 crisis. This recovery fund, in many ways, was revolutionary in both quantitative and qualitative regards. Economically, it could represent a new full line of EU's economic governance, a departure from the austerity economics of the 2010s to the demand-driven economics of the 2020s. Politically, economic management impinges on politics directly. It will therefore affect EU politics in the years to come. So my research is the attempt to evaluate whether EU's recovery fund was a correct answer or not to post-COVID-19 EU economy and to explore its implications. My papers will divide into 4 parts. The first part will discuss how the COVID-19 has developed into a health crisis in EU's epicenters in relation to its economic governance. In the second part, the paper will propose the desirable and ideology and methodology of economic governance for the post-COVID-19 EU. In the third part, I will use the criteria discussing in the previous sections to evaluate whether the EU's policy answer, its recovery fund, is a right answer or not. In the final part, I will analyze the recovery fund's meaning and implications for European integration. Let's start from the first part. COVID-19 was a pressure test of national leaders and health systems. The former was the first firewall at a macro level. The latter was the second one at a micro level. Any mistakes in the first firewall will result in explosion of the pandemic and then put the second firework to the severe test. The EU's COVID-19 epicenters, Italy and Spain, were the cases in point. The political leadership mistakes put Italian and Spanish national health systems to a very severe test. The COVID-19 caught Italian and Spanish NHS at their precarious times. The austerity reforms in the 2010 left Italy and Spain with a damaged and under-resourced NHS. On the other hand, the keep going of gig economics during the lockdowns further worsened the pandemic because they were the loopholes not detected and prevented the government's effort to contain the pandemic. Austerity and gig economic labor markets became the waffle circle, the patient zero of coronavirus. Austerity and gig economic labor markets both were the legacies of post-Euro crisis economic management. To cure such patient zero of COVID-19, and to prevent self-aggravated crisis in the future, both ideology and methodology of EU economic governance must be changed. Practically, the individualist bailout austerity linkage as a solution to crisis management was proved insane after the EU's experiment of the 2010s. It failed to reduce public debt for Euro crisis countries. If we look at this figure, then you can see from 2016 to 2019, the government debt level in Greece, in Italy, in Spain did not reduce too much. Only Ireland could see more conceivable changes in reducing their government debt. Therefore, despite the European Commission lifted restrictions on public debt during the pandemic, such policy holidays were not realistic, if not impossible, for those highly indebted EU countries. Economically, austerity management in the 2010s decade proved to be very counterproductive in reviving growth and in creating jobs. Economic growth and job creation, those two were urgently needed in the post-COVID-19 European economy. Politically, the rise of contemporary populism in the EU politics followed the Euro crisis. This phenomenon was in line with the historical evidence that populism was usually the political product of crisis mismanagement. This paper, therefore, argues that neoliberalist economic orthodoxy that embodied in austerity and labor market reforms was proved seriously flawed by the pandemic. A paradigm shift from the conventional neoliberalism centered on supply-side reforms in individual countries towards a more demand-driven management at the EU level was needed for the post-COVID-19 economic recovery. Neoliberalism's only overemphasis on market mechanisms to underpin economic growth ignores what qualities of jobs and growth it could produce and ignores what cost it would lift for societies. This paper, therefore, argues that a desirable economic management for the post-COVID-19 EU should be investment-driven, led by public investments towards productive and future-oriented industries. Investment priorities should focus on rebuilding healthcare systems in the EU, preferably a common European health policy. Policy priorities should change from narrow concerns with the physical prudence to wider ones with the qualities of economic growth and jobs. Only when economic growth was robust and sustainable, the positive effects of labor market reforms could outweigh negative ones. With such a paradigm shift, the economic climate that cultivated patient zero of coronavirus could be effectively raised. Okay. Methodologically, my research believes that an individually case-by-case approach as a problem-solving model that EU leadership used to rely on actually solves nothing for the Euro or for the EU. It did not solve high sovereign debt for Euro crisis countries, as the figure 1 shows, but produced new problems, precarious health systems and societies, which cultivated new crises. Also, unlike other crises, COVID-19 was a collective crisis, where failure of one is the failure of all. So, a full recovery of EU economies could not be realized until every member was recovered. With such yardsticks, the EU's policy directions and methods of adopting a joint recovery fund was seen by my paper as the correct move. In terms of policy directions, it was growth-oriented. In terms of policy contents, it was investment-driven. In terms of its methods, it was a collective action at the EU level. The ideology behind recovery fund was a big difference to the EU's conventional economic governance and signified a paradigm shift in economic ideology. In terms of its methods, the issuance of Corona bonds, repayment by member states' contribution to EU budget, and possible new taxes were the realization of debt neutralization in old but name. It was the financial demonstration of European solidarity. Legally, debt neutralization may trigger legal controversies and require revisions to EU treaties in the future. Politically, it was very groundbreaking because debt neutralization used to be a taboo in EU politics, especially for Germany. A major regret in EU recovery fund is the missed opportunity of creating European common health policy. The implication of EU's recovery fund for European integration was multidimensional. For the Eurozone, recovery fund marked the first step toward a fiscal union. Many commentators contended that whether the issuance of Corona bonds was a truly Hamiltonian moment that initiated the US fiscal integration towards the fiscal union in 1790. My papers argued that it was qualified as a fiscal transfer union in its very form and in its very nature. In its very form, the bond issuance and possible new taxes, and in its very nature, more grants than loans, constituted defining elements of a genuine fiscal transfer union and laid down a foundation of a fiscal union for the Eurozone. For the European Commission, it was its moment of New Deal. The New Deal expanded the US federal government's functions through bigger budgets and tasks. In its contents, the EU Recovery Fund was more ambitious and more encompassing than the US New Deal. It was intended not just to rescue the contemporary troubled EU economy, but to redirect its industrial developments and to equip the EU with more strategic autonomy in changing global politics. For European integration, it was its second moment of Marshall Plan. Okay, Marshall Plan rescued European countries from sliding to communism by providing financial aid to reconstruct their economies and trigger European cooperation in 1950. After experiencing a crisis decade of the 2010s, European integration once seemed very problematic, and nationalism and populism became the main themes in EU politics. Yet, an unprecedented pandemic changed the political psychology among EU leadership and European public. A majority of Europeans now supported a greater European cooperation and a more powerful and unified EU through financial burden sharing in a survey. A new consensus on nation state has no future standing alone or forming again in EU politics. Here comes my conclusion. The recovery fund was expected to be more than just a contemporary economic rescue package. With right policy directions and focuses, the last mile of desirable policy outcomes will be determined by its implementation. So many issues of goods and rule of law were downplayed in EU summit negotiations, but these issues should not and could not be avoided. EU leadership should be reminded that the COVID-19 pandemic was the critical, if not the last, opportunity for them to legitimize EU's existence in the post-Brexit EU by proving to their citizens that they have a stake under this fund. Only through precise policy implementations, the correct policy making can be built and conveyed. Otherwise, poor implementation will risk further fragmentation of European integration, leading to ever stronger anti-EU populism. Okay, this is my presentation for your time and listening. Hello.
Well, thank you, Professor, for I think a paper which really does raise some very interesting questions about European integration and European economic policy, which I think are very fundamental. And probably here in Europe, we need answers to some of the questions that you raise as much as the rest of the world needs answers to the questions. Moving on then to our last speaker for this session, Professor Gao from the National Taipei University of Business, who is going to speak about the famous or infamous comprehensive agreement on investment, and the question of how comprehensive is it? So please, the floor is yours, or the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Professor Freeman. I'm Shizhong Gao. I'm from National Taipei University of Business. Before I start, I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the organizers, in particular Professor Ye Guojun, for giving me this opportunity to participate in this wonderful online conference. So, and also good day to you all, my colleagues and all participants. And the topic of my presentation is examining the EU-China Comprehensive Agreement on Investment, and with a subheadline, how comprehensive is it? My presentation is divided into several parts. The first part is a brief background introduction. And from the second part to the fifth part is some discussion on the alleged features of the comprehensive agreement. In other words, well, how comprehensive it could be. Also, we'll also talk about what other elements that are commonly seen in investment treaties are missing in this EU-China agreement. And finally, I will make my concluding remarks. Okay, we all know that there has been negotiations between the EU and China regarding a investment agreement, and the negotiation was finally finished and concluded on the nearly the end of the 2020, and the agreed text of this agreement was published this January this year. And of course, it still requires some further technical revisions, such as the numbering of articles and the sequencing rearrangement of the sequence of the provisions. And the agreement is not enforced yet because it is still pending both parties to complete their respective internal treaty ratification process. I think for China, it's rather simple because they have a rubber stamp parliament called the People's Representative Assembly, so which is usually shouldn't be any problem. But I think for the side, it might be more complicated because according to the relevant EU law, any treaty that was concluded must be ratified not just by the European Parliament, but also by the national parliament of the individual member state. So I think there's still a long way to go before the agreement could be enforced. And also there's a special event because in this year, in May, there's a solution by the European Parliament to freeze the ratification process of the the comprehensive agreement until China lifts sanctions against certain EU lawmakers. So the future of this agreement is not so promising. Okay. Now let's turn to the comprehensive agreement on investment. I call it CAI itself. The European Commission has claimed that this agreement is comprehensive because the following feature. Firstly, it opens up market access by China to European investments. And secondly, it improves the level playing ground between the EU investor and the Chinese investor. And thirdly, it embeds sustainable development in investment relationship. And finally, it contains a state-to-state dispute settlement mechanism. So with regard to the first feature, which is the opening of market access, a traditional investment treaty usually only deals with investment protection, which is about the treatment towards foreign investor after investment has been made into the domestic market of the host state. But a more modern investment treaty will include not just investment protection standards, but also investment liberalization and market access, which means that the opening up of certain sectors of the domestic market of the host state to the investors from the other parties, and the removal of certain requirements as preconditions of the approval of foreign investment. That is why the CAI is kind of pioneering, because for the currently existing 26 investment treaties between China and individual EU member states without Ireland, these 22/6 investment treaties do not deal with investment liberalization or market access issues. So in this respect, the EU-China CAI is indeed quite pioneering. Under this CAI, market access is granted according to Section 2, Article 2. And for EU and China, both of them maintain their respective schedule of commitment, under which specific sectors and subsectors of the domestic market are open to investors from the other side. And there are also measures expressly listed as exceptions that do not need to meet required treatment standards to foreign investors. That is what we call the non-conforming measures. In other words, both China and EU may be allowed to retain some measure that is discriminative against foreign investors. Okay, but in sectors or subsectors where market access is granted, whether with or without certain restrictions, foreign investment cannot be limited in terms of the total number of business or employees or the value of investment assets or transactions, nor the host state can restrain or require a specific type of legal entity or joint venture through which investment could be made. Okay. Oops, sorry. Okay. So here are some examples of the market access granted to EU investors. I will not list them in detail, so it looks like it's quite a big opening up of the Chinese market. And on the EU side, however, the market is already open and largely committed for services sectors under the General Agreement on Trade and Services. In other words, actually the EU has already opened up its domestic market to China under the WTO system. But sensitive areas such as energy, agricultural, fishery, audio, video, public services are excluded by the EU to protect the vital interest. And on the face, China seems to make a rather comprehensive opening of its market for EU investors. However, most of the market access granted by China were already implemented by the Chinese government with its foreign investment legislation or investment-related measures prior to the conclusion of the CAI. Okay, for example, according to China's 2019 Foreign Business Investment Act, foreign investments are allowed to be conducted via enterprises 100% owned by foreign investors. In other words, foreign investors are allowed to establish 100% control of its investment in China. So the new rules are already implemented by the Chinese government by its own domestic legislation. It is only a repeat of this measure in the CAI concluded in 2020. Another example is that under the CAI, 100% foreign ownership is allowed for electric and hybrid car manufacture plant. But such measure, again, was already implemented in the Chinese government's 2020 Special Administrative Measure for Foreign Investment, which is a negative list by which the Chinese government opens certain investment measure unless such measure is listed on this negative list. So actually, this foreign ownership restriction was removed from the previous list in the new 2020 list. Okay, so not really so comprehensive, so unique for the CAI regarding opening up the Chinese market. The second feature claimed by the EU that the CAI is a comprehensive treaty is the improvement regarding the a level playing field between the Chinese investor and the EU investor. Here we have some new rules. The first one is the regulation of the state-owned enterprises. But actually, we all know that this rule is in fact targeting the Chinese state-owned enterprises because there are not so much state-owned enterprises in the EU region. And we know that Chinese SOEs are heavyweight, dominating many business sectors and contribute to around about 30% of China's GDP. So they are really influential regarding the type of business, the pattern of business transaction. So in the CAI, a broad definition is adopted to include as much as the SOE as possible, and to bring discipline to the behaviors of the SOE by requesting the SOEs in a direct manner to comply with the common commercial consideration and not to discriminate between domestic and foreign partners in their business transactions. And China is also obliged to provide information to allow for the assessment of whether the behavior of an SOE complies with the CIA obligations. If there are doubts about whether such control over SOE is actually implemented, will be subject to the state-to-state dispute resolution mechanism, which will be mentioned in a later stage. And the second point regarding the level playing field is the transparency in subsidies in the public sector. So both parties are required to report state subsidies in the service sector, which is not required under the WTO regime. So this purpose is to allow greater transparency and eventually to abolish such subsidies. I think it also targeted to the Chinese side. Additionally, one party is obliged to consult with the other party in order to provide additional information on subsidies that could have a negative effect on the investment interest of the other party. So in other words, if the parties are in doubt that whether certain subsidy provided by one party is actually affecting in a negative way to the investment interest of the other party, the party concerned can demand the provision of information. And both parties are also obliged to engage in consultation to seek to deal with such negative effects. Okay, it sounds nice, but these provisions merely request consultations. And we all know that consultation, just like negotiation, is always very political and cannot guarantee a solution. Okay, what is even worse is that a dispute regarding whether there is a negative effect by the subsidy provided by one party to the investment interest of the other party is not subject to the dispute resolution mechanism. So there's no way that if the party cannot reach a voluntary solution through negotiation, then there's no guarantee that the dispute can be settled by other means. Okay, so it is doubtful that this provision regarding the transparency in subsidies can really work. And thirdly, is the removal of compulsory transfer of technology and other performance requirements. In the past, the Chinese government tend to adopt the practice of compulsory transfer of technology and production process and other preparatory knowledges as precondition on the admission or the condition to grant advantage to foreign investment. And now under the CAI, such practice is prohibited. So the parties cannot interfere either directly or indirectly with technology transfer between private parties. And however, like I just said, in the China's 2019 Foreign Business Investment Act, these provisions are already there. So actually, this is not new for the CAI. Again, in year 2020, the Chinese government expressed its expectation that companies, including foreign companies, should localize the supply chains and shift research and development and higher value parts of the manufacturing processes to China. So the Chinese government put pressure on the companies to move back to China to produce locally. So companies are seeing their investment at risk if they do not comply with the Chinese government's demand. So this gives rise to doubt as to whether China could honestly adhere to the above provisions, not to demand any performance conditions. The fourth point is the participation in standard setting. Under the CAI, investors are granted access to standard setting committees or associations so they can take part in the development of the industry. And information on how to join these kind of standard bodies must be made public. So it sounds like more transparency is provided. And also, there are enhanced legal certainty and predictability of regulatory procedures, such as the condition and procedure for licensing and qualification of professional staff is valid, and due process in the administrative proceedings are also addressed in detail, and there are also review and appeal process if the investors are not satisfied by the decision made by the administration agencies. So this here again, the CRs provide some kind of rule of law, which can be considered as some kind of improvement. And also there are the general transparency requirement, which requires the publication of law, regulations, administrative guidelines, procedures, judicial decisions, and administrative rulings. Well, and as well as the counterpoint and provision of information to the general public. This all sounds good on paper, but whether these rules can be implemented by the Chinese government, that is another question. Thirdly, the CAI is quite unique, at least for the Chinese part, because it is the first investment treaty that China has concluded with sustainable development commitments. Well, but the commitment is not really so commit. Okay. Firstly, well, as the EU has claimed that, well, the CAI can uphold labor and environment standards because it contains some article asking the party not to lower their standard of protection regarding labor treatment and environmental protection in order to attract investment, and not to use labor and environment standard for protectionist purposes. Secondly, the CAI respects international obligation in the relevant labor and environment treaties. And thirdly, the CAI asks each party to support enterprises to voluntarily adhere to corporate social responsibility, the so-called CSR. Well, the effectiveness of the above provisions are, in my view, quite doubtful. Firstly, for the environment standards, in my opinion, it's simply a repeat of China's existing international obligation, as the CAI merely asked those parties to implement multilateral environment agreements, which they have already ratified. Okay, so there's nothing new. Okay, they don't need to ratify any new environmental treaties. And secondly, for labor rights, in addition to the reaffirming of existing commitment under the labor convention they have already ratified and becoming a party of such treaties, for other international labor organization conventions. However, this CAI only requires China to make continued and sustained efforts on its own initiative to pursue the ratification of the two important international labor organization conventions regarding forced labor. This is a very serious flaw, as we all know that China is under suspicion of having some kind of forced labor concentration camp in Xinjiang province regarding the treatment toward the Uyghur minority, the Muslim minority in Xinjiang. So now here the CAI claim to respect labor rights, but not demanding China's ratification of the convention regarding forced labor, then I don't know how useful this CAI could be regarding the protection of labor rights, because they only ask China to make efforts to pursue ratification. Okay. And there are also other two international labor organization conventions regarding the right of collective bargaining by the laborers and the freedom of association of laborers. The CAI not even mention the name of such two conventions. It only say that the party will consider the ratification of other international labor organization conventions. Okay, so the China is only requested to consider to ratify. So China could say, well, I have made my consideration. I decide to maybe wait another 10 years or 20 years. Okay, but I made my consideration. Okay, so this kind of language, the best effort to pursue and on its own initiative, means that there's no deadline for China to ratify this labor convention. So these provisions are simply unenforceable and rhetoric, in my personal view. Although the CAI does establish a working group on sustainable development to monitor the implementation of the above provisions, but again, there's no enforcement effect on these provisions. Okay, and not to mention that for the International Labour Organization, the ILO has its own monitoring procedure and annual report to persuade states to ratify the ILO conventions. And that mechanism is much more detailed than the mechanism under the CAI. And so we cannot imagine that under the more harsh mechanism of the ILO, China has not yet ratified the remaining labor convention. And how could China be pushed to ratify the ILO conventions by the CAI? So that is quite doubtful. What is even worse, any dispute regarding sustainable development provisions, okay, so any dispute regarding the above provision regarding protection of labor rights and the respecting the environment protection obligations, they are not subject to the state-to-state dispute settlement mechanism. Okay, instead there is a special soft mechanism consists of only consultations and non-binding expert panel recommendations. So they are not compulsory. So there's no way to guarantee the compliance with the sustainable development provisions. Okay. Now, finally, let's turn to the state-to-state dispute settlement. I don't think this is a unique feature because almost every treaty will contain a state-to-state dispute settlement mechanism. So anyway, let's look at it. So there are two types of dispute settlement mechanism. First is the general dispute settlement mechanism regarding the interpretation and implementation of most provisions under the CAI. And secondly, we have the dispute settlement system for the sustainable development provisions, which is non-binding in nature. Okay, so the general dispute settlement system consists of two stages. First, the consultation stage, and then the arbitration stage. It is quite similar to the WTO dispute settlement system, so I will not repeat in detail here. But I would like to say that the general dispute settlement system is, in my personal view, quite convincing. Consider this as armed with teeth because for either party that fail to comply with the recommendation, the decision made by the arbitration panel, the other party can suspend its responding obligation as a retaliation. So it has some kind of deterrence effect. Okay, so that is why it is a pity that the sustainable development provision is not subject to the general dispute settlement mechanism. Is a great pity, because it makes this such sustainable provision basically useless, unenforceable. Okay, because it lacks the deterrent effect as employed by the general DSM. Okay, and finally, what else is missing in this comprehensive agreement? Because it is named comprehensive. In fact, under Section 6, subsection 2, Article 3, it says that the parties agree to continue negotiation with a view to regarding investment protection and investment dispute settlement. So the parties shall endeavor to complete such negotiations within 2 years of the signature of the current agreement. So in other words, the common standard of treatment regarding investment protection that are currently seen in most of the investment treaty are missing here, such as the minimum standard, fair and equitable treatment, full protection and security, prohibition of arbitrary measures. They are not here. Okay, and the condition on expropriation and obligation to compensate, again, not here. And also, most importantly, the investor-state dispute settlement system is not provided in the current CAI. It's not available. Not even the investment court system proposed and implemented by the EU in other treaties, such as the CETA and the treaty with Vietnam, the treaty with Singapore. They all contain the investment court system, which is a improvement of the investor-state arbitration that you previously used in most of the investment treaty. So it is really not so comprehensive as the name has suggested. Okay, so that's my presentation, and thank you very much for listening, and all comments are welcome. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Professor, for a very comprehensive, if I can use the word, presentation on the perhaps not so comprehensive investment agreement between the European Union and China. We still have a few minutes before the session is officially intended to end. So if there are any questions, I've seen in the chat that there's been some discussion going on while the speakers have been speaking, but if there are any more questions that anybody wants to ask, then please go ahead. I do see one question right at the very beginning that was in the chat that was addressed to me that I missed earlier on, but maybe I can answer that and then give one or two other people time to answer questions if they want to do so. The question was about, well, my figures explain why the CAI matters to Germany. Then it goes on to say, well, so will Germany still insist on China's on some of the unfavorable policies, the FDI screening, EU level industrial policy, and may have an impact on the relationship, I suppose, between Germany and China. Well, I think maybe there are two sides to that question. You could argue that Germany has both offensive and defensive policy aims. Defensive policy aim is to increase market access in China, either for exports or for investment. But at the same time, it clearly has defensive policy aims as well, and FDI screening, industrial policy, and some of the other policies which have been adopted in the EU are part of that defensive agenda. And of course, there has to be a sort of balance between the offensive and defensive policy aims, which sometimes may be have negative consequences, especially if China then reacts with policy measures which may impact German business interests in China. So they don't necessarily exclude each other, but they may sometimes have impacts which are contradictory. So, well, that's my answer to that question. If there are any other very quick questions, then please go ahead. Is there a hand up there? Do I see a hand up? Okay, please, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question for Professor Catherine Lee. My question is, could you share with us how the subsidies affect the market power of the European firms? Because you mentioned the subsidy could be a preferential loan from the Chinese government and also a tax incentive from the Egypt government. But if this is kind of a profit tax, then from economics point of view, it will not hurt the market power of the European firm. And if the preferential loan is indexed to investment, it may also it may not hurt the market power also. So how do you build up the link between subsidy towards the damage to the European firms?
Thank you for your questions. I have to say that the subsidies program very complex, really. And you can imagine that if a producer, Chinese producer or Egyptian producers located in the special economic zone receive such a tax holiday or a free provision of goods or services. But on the other side, the European producers do not receive such preferential financing. When those goods exported from Egypt into the European market, the European industry will suffer the disadvantage in competition. Of course, we should calculate the amount received by the exporters in Egypt or Chinese producers in order to understand the benefits they have received from governments in order to calculate the countervailing duties to impose.
Okay, we might have just time for one last question, if there is somebody who has one last question. Anybody?
There is a question for Professor Gao in our chatting room. It's by Professor Yi.
And I've just seen a question for me coming up in the chat as well. Professor Gao, do you want to go ahead first?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank Professor Yi for the question. I'm not a real expert on the European politics, but I would consider that because now the general election in Germany has won by the SPD, So I think because it is I think it is maybe a slightly left-wing party with some kind of a socialism ideology. So perhaps they would demand more protection of labor rights on the Chinese government. But I think for the CAI, because it has been concluded, it might be impossible to revise the provisions of the articles. So perhaps for the subsequent negotiation regarding the protection of the treatment of investor and the other remaining provisions, perhaps the German government can, through the EU collectively, in the negotiation team, maybe put some more pressure to persuade China to be even more proactive regarding the ratification of the labor conventions. I think it's really complicated because we know that Germany has a lot of investment in China, and especially for the automobile manufacturing industry. So maybe it can also be an incentive for the German government to push China to take labor protection seriously. Yeah, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Well, I just, as I said, seen a question coming up for me in the chat, so maybe I'll answer that, and then everybody can go off and have a brief coffee or tea break. So the question is, if EU-Asia or the EU, I suppose the EU-China policy is commercial and market-oriented, it's nothing very special. Would you think that the EU-China will be changing as China becomes more assertive and seeks strategic autonomy? Well, I mean, I think that's a very interesting question that is perhaps certainly in the EU is to some extent being fought out at the moment. I mean, I would argue if you look at what the EU's policy has actually been over recent decades, as well as in the policy documents, it's quite clear that there is a primacy of commercial interests, and not just with China, but more broadly, even though in those policy documents you can find statements about values, democracy, and human rights and whatever in relation to China and other parts of the world. You know, the EU has said that it's one of its policy principles, if you like, is this idea of principled pragmatism. I think, you know, the reality has been that pragmatism has generally been more important than principles, especially in the relationship with China. But that is to some extent the battle which has been fought out now over the CAI, in the sense that it's there is an argument which has been made, if you like, that principles should be more important than pragmatism, or should be more important than commercial interests. But the answer to that question is still not clear, which will be stronger, which principle, if you like, will be stronger, or which policy basis will be stronger. But quite clearly, the impact of China is becoming very considerable internally in the European Union. And that is becoming a subject which, as I said, I think really probably for the first time, probably since more than 100 years, China has actually become a key issue internally within the European Union about the relationship between Europe and China, European states and China. So, well, let's leave it there and let's have a quick break and be back. Well, now, if you want to start on time for the next session in roughly 6 minutes. So a quick tea or coffee. Thank you very much for the presentations, and thank you once again for the organizers for inviting me to participate in this really, I think, very beneficial and fruitful set of discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you, the colleagues. And we will be back at 4:15. Okay, because we are 5 minutes late. But we will come back to the next section at 4:15. Okay, thank you. Let's take a break and have a coffee and tea. Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, bye.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Hello, everyone. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Okay, hello. Good morning for those colleagues in Europe, and good afternoon for those colleagues in Asia. My name is Yuting Li, and I'm from National Taiwan University. And it is my greatest honor to be chair of this session. And after so many brilliant discussions on legal, economic, and security issues, we are now coming back to normal and the cultural matters concerning EU and East Asian relations. And in our session, we have three presenters. The first is Mr. Jasper Rocktes, who is a PhD student at Ghent University, and who will be talking about European expectations for democracy, the PRC, and the Taiwan compared. And I will be the second presenter. I will be talking about from Asian values to Chinese characteristics and historical examination with reference to Europe. And our third speaker will be Professor Chen Zhexing from National Taipei University. He will be talking about the impact of Euroscepticism on the voting decision in the 2019 European Parliament election. And as you can see, we are addressing very different topics. But as far as I can see, there is one thing in common among our three presentations. That is the question about the image of Europe and its projection outside. So without further ado, I would like to give the space to Mr. Jasper Rocktes to start his presentation. So
Yes, thank you. Let me share my PowerPoints. Let's see. Is it visible? Okay.
yes, I can see it.
Okay, nice. Good morning and good afternoon, or even already later, everybody. I'm Jasper Rocktes, as introduced, PhD student from Ghent University. Normally, I'm primarily engaged on working on Sun Yat-sen and narratives surrounding him, but today I will get out of my comfort zone a little bit to talk about democracy. Well, something I've only discussed so far in relation to Sun Yat-sen, but now in relation to the European Union, and to be precise, their expectations for the PRC and Taiwan. So first, I will start with an introduction, a concise introduction. There's some current cases about Taiwan being seen as a democratic alternative for the PRC. After which I will lay down a very, very concise theoretical framework about the EU as a normative force. Then I will get to the main part of my presentation, the relations of the EU with the PRC and Taiwan, which I summarize as from absent expectations to increasing complications. After which I will end with a conclusion and a case for defensive normative power by the European Union. So to start with the introduction, Taiwan as a democratic alternative for the European Union. Over the last few weeks, we have actually seen, of the last few months, I should say, we have seen many, quite hawkish, you could even say, proposals by the European Parliament. For example, it's the Committee of Foreign Affairs of the European Parliament has called to sustain democracy in Taiwan, and in another proposal stated that the PRC poses threats to liberal democracy, and that the EU needs to conclude a bilateral investment agreement with Taiwan, which would ensure that Taiwan's right to democratic existence is reaffirmed. Such, assertive statements are, of course, a break with the past, but at the same time also a continuation, as I will explain later in the presentation, with the European Parliament always being the most, you could say, pro-Taiwanese force. Anyway, this all raises the questions, and I will not go into that too deeply because it's already been analyzed by the previous speakers in detail, whether the bilateral investment agreement with Taiwan now supersedes the need for a comprehensive agreement, or not so comprehensive agreement, as the previous speaker said, with the PRC, which has been frozen as of this moment. And finally, it should be worth mentioning that lately we are seeing also this over the last year many pro-Taiwanese initiatives by the EU's member states. So, for example, as you see in the top of the screen, the visits of a massive Czech delegation of the Senate to Taiwan, despite heavy PRC protests, as well as the opening of a Taiwanese representative office in Lithuania, which is by President Tsai Ing-wen has been called a 重要外交突破, a very important diplomatic breakthrough. So before we get to the history of the relations between the EU and Taiwan, first the EU, a normative force. I will not go into it too deep. It has already been discussed yesterday at great length by, for example, Professor Bart de Seine. But of course, there's always the question: the EU, is it a normative force at all? Well, you can find many counter views. For example, Hadley Bull in 1982 stated, "Europe is not an actor in international affairs and does not seem likely to become one." As well as the Europe that I am concerned with is the actual one of state government. So Hadley Bull believed, and Hadley Bull wasn't a proponent of the English School of International Relations, which was concerned with the sovereign power of nation states, so very opposed to integration efforts. So he proposed that there would never be in a European Union that would be able to represent Europe, the concept of Europe. And well, as you see in the map downstairs, down on the slides, this is actually from 1970, situation 1975. The EU, well, or his predecessor, the European communities, did indeed not represent most of Europe. Also in his discussion with this, Hadley Bull basically reacted to the whole ongoing discussion of military power. So the EU Europe as a military power being replaced by a civilian power, for example, proposed by François Dugin, which Hadley Bull sharply disagreed with. This can be seen, of course, as a whole predecessor of the whole hard power versus soft power discussion, but that is, of course, an anachronistic statement, since that will only come later with Joseph Nice in conceptualization of that term. Oh, oops, I accidentally. Yes. So 20 years later, after Hadley Bull's statement, Ian Manners, in his Normative Power Europe, A Contradiction in Terms, stated that Europe was indeed a normative power and that Hadley Bull had been wrong. And he proved that through a study to how the norms of the EU had helped nations abolish capital punishment abroad, even without purely through normative power. And in his study, Ian Manners distinguished 6 ways the EU diffuses its norms abroad. First of which, and maybe the most relevant for today actually, diffusion through contagion, which he specified as an implicit normative power, which the EU did not even actually actively pursue, but purely persisted through the example of the EU. And he considered ASEAN, the organization, to be an example of that, which has been founded on the example of the EU. Second one, informational diffusion, so like declaratory statements by the European Union from its parliament or commission. Procedural diffusion, official relations with other organizations or nation states. Transference diffusions, like economic power and the ways that economic power is used through sanctions, foreign aids, and just official economic ties, etc. Overt diffusion, which is the implicit, not the explicit relations that the EU has through electoral observant missions, embassies, etc. And finally, the cultural filter. Despite the fact that Manners considers this the 6th way, I find it more to be a modifier for the other 5, in the way that the other 5 are either less or more accepted by the recipients of these norms by the EU, depending on this cultural filter. But more about that later, after we get through we'll get back to this after an overview of the relations of the EU with China and Taiwan. Relations with the European communities were established in 1975 with the PRC, after most of its member states exchanged the Republic of China, led by Chiang Kai-shek, for the PRC. This move had been made by most of the member states of the communities after the delegation of Chiang Kai-shek and the ROC had been exchanged for the PRC in 1971. So founding relations with the PRC seemed a logical step at the point. I believe that only Ireland still maintained relations with the IRC in 1975, and then also eventually switched in favor for the PRC. The One China principle was the implicit underlying principle in these early relations. I say implicit because they were not really specified yet, and we can't really speak of a One China policy by the EU yet by this point. So it was just an implicit agreeal with the position of the PRC in early relations, and there was no coherent strategy towards cross-state relations by the communities. At most, there was a wait-and-see approach surrounding one country, two systems, which had been invoked to solve the problems with Hong Kong and Macau during the early 1980s. And in the community, many member states were curious to see if this framework might also be a way to solve the Taiwan issue. But yeah, of course, we get back to that later. To summarize the position of the European communities, I find an article by Reinhard Drifter from 1985 very interesting, also because of the year. He basically states that Taiwan is a strategic asset at best for the European communities and the US also. And there was no constructive role seen for the island by that point in history. And economic interest in the Chinese mainland always come first for the communities at that point. Economic opportunities, which of course had been increasing following the Kaifang opening up campaign of the PRC. And this is sometimes often forgotten now as we look in hindsight back, the democratic potential of the PRC in Taiwan was in 1985 perceived as roughly equal. There was no reason at the point to suppose that there's a greater chance that Taiwan would democratize than the PRC. So, of course, 1985, I choose that year to give a few on purpose, because after that things would change rapidly. In 1986, 1 year after the article by Drifter already, there was a democratic movement in China, which led to the downfall of reformist CCP chairman Hu Yaobang. While in contrary, in Taiwan, martial law was abolished, and a year later, the opposition DPP, called Democratic People's Party, was legalized. So you can already see a year after the article by Drifter, things start to, well, drift apart, so to speak. Of course, in 1989, this came to a culmination in 1990 of two separate movements: the Tiananmen Square protests, which were crushed. And a year later, the Wild Lily movement, the Yepai Shui Yun, which President Li Tenghui of Taiwan basically acceded to all the demands and agreed to have democratic elections for the president and vice president in the short term. So we can see, like 6 years later, after the statement by Drifter, that things have become completely different. Taiwan was on the road of democratization, and the PRC, showed great authoritarian resilience, as Andrew Nathan would call it later, by persisting in its authoritarian systems. But despite this, the EU, now more structured after the Maastricht Treaty, lingered on as a non-factor in cross-state relations for much of the 1990s. Democracy at best remained a token issue in EU strategy, and by this time we are of course talking 1990s, the end of history, as said by Francis Fukuyama. Liberal democracy had won, and a universal move towards democracy was deemed inevitable anyway. Sooner or later, the PRC would move there anyway. And during this time, the EU had no qualms of continuing to endorse the PRC's one China principle, which basically there's only one China in this world. Taiwan is an inalienable part of this China. The PRC is the sole legal government of China. This basically culminated around 2000, where a few statements which in PRC EU meetings with basically just repetitions of PRC standpoints on the matter of the Taiwan issue. However, it should be noted that around the turn of the century, splits between the EU Commission, Council and Parliament became more pronounced on cross-strait relations. For example, the European Parliament, unlike the Commission and the Council, occasionally dared to praise the Taiwanese democracy. For example, in April 2000, after the elections where Chen Shui-bian was elected president, and then the first transition of power took place from the Kuomintang to the DPP, stated that this was further proof of Taiwan's development into a fully fledged democracy. And the EU Commission and Council, however, remained extremely reluctant to support the Taiwanese cause out of economic considerations. And I think this was something that yesterday was also discussed by one of the speakers. Economic considerations often take primary ground by the Commission. And we can see that around this time there were a few attempts of the Parliament to invite Taiwanese politicians, and it was blocked by the Commission that visa refused to issue visa out of fear of PRC retaliation. So this led Günther Schuger to conclude in 2007 that the EU Commission is just talking business, and in the relations with China, economic interests prevail over the defense of human rights and democracy, which are reduced to declaratory measures. Be that as it may, they did start searching for a new balance around this time. For example, François Godement said in a treatise that around this time the international community's pronouncements tend to focus as much on the condemnation of the use of force by mainland China as on the recognition of the existence of one China, thus trying to discourage Taiwan from any posture leading to a declaration of independence. With unfailing regularity, European Union pronouncements on cross-state relations are now based on these two side-by-side elements. So around this time, there was a slow move by the EU as a recognition that Taiwan was a de facto existence, which had to be, well, handled in some way, and it was not likely to be gone soon. Also around this time, EU normative power started to get recognized abroad as even a potential model to solve the Taiwan issue. Should be mentioned that the EU had an increased political clout after its fifth enlargement in 2004, when it finally could be said to represent most of Europe, thereby countering the view that I explained just now of Hadley Bull. But in many of these proposals, a similar spirit as the one behind the acceptance of one country, two systems by member states of the EU was still visible. Many scholars seem to think like 50 years is ample time for a democratic PRC to emerge, and most of them seem to believe that the PRC, under such a framework, so under an EU framework of solving the problem, then the PRC would change into a Taiwan, and not Taiwan would change into a PRC. This all had clear influence on the Taiwanese pro-unification scholars. I will get more into this in my final paper, but to give one example, a very relevant example, I think, for example, the man that ended second in the last week's Kuomintang chairman election, Zhang Yazhong, for example, has been invoking such conceptualizations for a long time now. For example, Yizhong Sanxian, one China, three constitutions. The third constitution being a constitution based on the European Union as an overhanging wall, and that he used that to as a framework, which he hopes that could solve differences and lead to unification. However, by 2007, despite this readjustment, we still see a very dovish European Union in official expressions. For example, during the 10th China-EU summit of 2007, the EU reaffirmed its commitment to one China policy, at least there's a policy now, and expressed its hope for a peaceful resolution of the Taiwan question through constructive dialogue. This was the only mention of Taiwan in the entire conference, by the way. The EU reiterated its concern over the intended referendum on UN membership in the name of Taiwan, as this could lead to a unilateral change in the status quo across Taiwan Straits, to which the EU is opposed. In this context, the EU expressed its concern over the Taipei authorities' intention about the future status of the island. So you can still see by 2007, and of course the EU was represented by its Commission and Council during the summit, not by the Parliament, that the One China policy by this point is still the main threat in EU PRC relations. However, by the 2010s, of course, many realizations started to occur that the changes are badly needed. We see, of course, the increased authoritarianism under Xi Jinping. The democratization of the PRC, I think we all can agree to that, is less probable than ever, at least in the short term. Was the failure of grassroots democratic experience in the PRC, which had been occurring during the UGent-NTU era, and had been actually one of the very few specific proposals that had been supported by the EU as a that went beyond declaratory statements on democracy. But yeah, by this time these have all but disappeared. There's of course the loss of one country's two systems as a credible framework in solving the Taiwan problem, and we can consider the Hong Kong security law, Shangang-Guo, as the final nail in the coffin of seeing this as a credible way of peacefully solving the issue. And of course, yeah, Taiwanese democracy has proven it's there to stay. I cannot think of the name of the scholar working on democracy that has proposed this, but someone has stated as a definition of a fully democratic government that two peaceful transitions of powers have taken place. So by this definition, Taiwan was a full-fledged democracy in 2008. So yeah. Therefore, by 2016, it's no surprise that we see the entrance of the EU's principled pragmatism, which was, of course, a framework which was proposed for EU foreign policy in general. So it's not only aimed at China particularly or Taiwan, but of course it is very much inspired by a need to counter China and the PRC in a more realistic way. So to read this quote, the EU will promote a rules-based global order with multilateralism as its key principle and the United Nations at its core. We will be guided by clear principles. These stem as much from a realistic assessment of the current strategic environment as from an idealistic aspiration to advance a better world. Principled pragmatism will guide our external actions in the years ahead. In a more complex world, we must stand united. Only the combined weight of a true union has the potential to deliver security, prosperity, and democracy to its citizens and make a positive difference in the world. And in the same year, you can already see it in a more specific pronouncement on China and the elements of a new EU strategy on China. Pragmatism can be seen as the EU will confirm its One China policy, and I find this very interesting. Finally, they say the EU's One China policy. And also One China with quote unquote. I find that very interesting to see that, and the emphasis is not mine, by the way. It's just like that in the actual policy brief. So there is the realization that a specific One China policy is required. But you can see they're not only pragmatic but also principled. Within this framework, the One China policy, the EU confirms its commitment to continue to develop its relations with Taiwan, and to supporting the shared values underpinning its system of governance, clear reference to the democratic system of Taiwan. Yesterday, we've also seen a speaker, I think it was Professor Liu, talk about the changes that happened in the State of the Union of Jean-Claude Juncker, which can also be framed into this, and to end the bridging to the introduction that I've made in 2019. This all culminated in the EU-China strategic outlook. Indeed, a turn to less dovish rhetoric by the EU Commission and Council can finally be seen, with the PRC being named as a systemic rival. To quote, China is simultaneously in different policy areas a cooperation partner with whom the EU has closely aligned objectives, a negotiating partner with whom the EU needs to find a balance of interest, an economic competitor in pursuit of technological leadership, and a systemic rival promoting alternative models of governance. This requires a flexible and pragmatic whole-of-EU approach, enabling a principled defense of interests and values. So a clear application of the principled pragmatism concept in EU-China relations. Finally, you can see here that the EU's business-first ambitions of the last decades finally get some breaks. Reciprocity is deemed necessary with the PRC. Furthermore, worth mentioning, the call for full unity in face of the PRC's 16+1 framework later in the treatise is also worth mentioning, especially if you consider that in the introduction, what I introduced about Czech and Lithuania, both were members of the 16+1 framework, which is especially, it makes their stance especially striking, consider that most participant nations are considered pro-PRC, thereby bridging the gap with my introduction. Some conclusions. So we get back to Ian Manner's framework that I've introduced. We can see a strong diffusion of EU norms and values, especially to Taiwan through his proposed contagion, the implicit existence of the EU and its values. Of course, procedural transference and overt diffusion of EU norms mostly existed vis-a-vis the PRC and constantly increased as official ties were established, increased, economic importance increased, etc. While there was a stagnation of these vis-a-vis Taiwan, but I would argue that the PRC's cultural filter mostly blocked these increasing ties anyway. And I've heard that he can sadly not be here, but Emilian Kowalski, who was supposed to speak in the next panel, stated that the cultural values of the PRC as a victimized international actor could be a strong barrier for it to accept the Western normative power, so a victimized PRC. Something that, of course, Taiwan does not have. It does not see itself as a victim from Western imperialism at this point. At least most don't. Of course, informational diffusion, the official statement by the EU remains, despite recent improvement and a point of improvement. But you see that some conversions is taking place of the positions of the EU Commission and the EU Council and Parliament to finally a more assertive view by all. So this is at least improving. I would like to end with a very concise policy paper-like proposal from someone's conclusion that I really liked. Mikael Matlin, a Finnish professor, in his normative EU policy towards the China Mission Impossible of 2010. He also puts the focus, well, he doesn't name Ian Manner's framework, but you can see a similar conclusion that the gist of the EU's attraction lies in the quiet example set by it. So to connect it with Ian Manner, you could say contagion is indeed the EU's strength. And to combine my own views with those of Matlin, Europe as a whole never got its claim to power from hegemonic ambitions, admittedly, unlike some of its separate member states in the past, such as the UK and Germany. It got it by being a passive example that attracted others' attention, despite all its flaws. So, would it be time to give the EU Parliament more power? It would be like a two birds with one stone kind of thing. It would set a democratic example, increasing the contagion of the EU as finally its most democratic body would indeed receive some more power, and it would enable a more assertive approach in cross-strait relations. To end with a slightly pedantic, but necessary call maybe in these dire economic times, with a quote of Larry J. Diamond, who has talked about the receding democratic values that are currently taking place and what Samuel Huntington might coin the third reverse wave of democracy. Democracy may be receding somewhat in practice, but it is still globally ascendant in people's values and aspirations. This creates significant new opportunities for democratic growth. If the current modest recession of democracy spirals into depression, it will be because those of us in the established democracies were our own worst enemies. Therefore, if the European Union should also remember this towards Taiwan, its strongest support is its own example. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Roctus, for your very concise narrative of the development of the EU's attitudes towards cross-strait relations. But I'm very interested in your paper and presentation, but since I'm not specializing in international relations, I just wonder whether your usage of I am manners model, the six elements in deciding the EU foreign policy toward China or toward Taiwan can be made in more concrete examples. But I will keep this discussion after all the three presentations. Okay, so let me thank you again. Okay, now let me try to show my slides. Give me a second. Okay, can you see it? Okay, very good. Okay, so the topic of my presentation is from Asian values to Chinese characteristics, a historical examination with reference to Europe. As I just explained, I don't specialize in economic matters or political matters or diplomatic matters. Basically, I'm doing historical studies. So that's why you can see from my topic that it's more historically oriented than a normal social sciences paper would seem to be. But today I would like to try to explain to you why I consider this topic to be important for the future development of Asian integration or a more friendly friendship between Asia and Europe. So I think my presentation will be brief since I intend more to receive your comments and feedback than making my own argument. So perhaps for many of you, my topic would seem a little overarching or abstract. But my mission today is to try to convince you that Europe matters a lot in my discussion from Asian values to Chinese characteristics. Okay. So I'm Eugene Lee from Graduate Institute of National Development. I'm colleague of Professor Ye Jun, and you can contact me through this email address. Okay, and I will break my topic into 5 small things. The first thing is a general overview, and I will tell you why I'm interested in making this presentation. And then I will make a brief introduction to the becoming of Asia. And then I will cut into the point of a debate on Asian values. And next, I will be talking about the Chinese characteristics, not their real content, but their historical and international political significance. And then I will try to show Chinese attitudes towards Asia is very changeable and very abstract indeed. And I will try to show you why Chinese attitudes towards Asia should be studied from a historical aspect, and how it will perhaps matter to our future integration or future integration and interaction among Asian countries. Okay, and you don't see any word about Europe in the 5 things, but I will try to show the importance of Europe in comparative perspective. Okay. And the first thing is overview. I will be talking about the issues, the points of argument, and my perspective and method that you will encounter in my coming presentation. First, points of argument. If we want to understand the Asian values, we have to understand, my argument is that we have to understand Asia's historical status, why Asia matters in the current debate on the future integration or future interaction on global scale. And then if we want to talk about Chinese characteristics, the basic premise is that we have to take China's phenomenal rise as an issue. And China's rise for many people, especially for Chinese scholars, implies that there is some cultural and political and historical uniqueness in China's identity. Okay, and then I will show some inner tensions between Asian and the Chinese claims. Although in some senses they are different stages of successive development of different arguments about Asian identities or Asian heritage. But essentially, I want to show that there are some inner contradictions between Asian values and the Chinese characteristics. And Europe invariably plays a very important role for reference in my presentation, in my article. Okay, and next I will introduce my perspective and method. First of all, I think I may be one of the very few scholars in this conference who is specializing in history. And this paper will take a parent intellectual historical investigation. But my own justification is that since China becomes more and more important factor in global politics, and to address the problems posed by China, more and more specialists in international relations are taking cultural concerns into their theories and into their model construction. So I will basically show the dialogue between the fields of historical studies and the international relations studies. And I think my presentation is relevant to today's world situation because our world view is undergoing kind of dramatic change because a lot of factors, including China's rise and including other crises on global scale, like climate change or the current COVID-19 pandemic. So these different factors all influence our view of how the world should proceed in the future. And I personally consider that such kind of dialogue between historical studies and international relations will be of certain significance to our understanding of the future world. Okay. Now, I will briefly introduce the becoming of Asia. I will be talking about birth and modern transformation of the very idea of Asia. Okay. Now, the birth of Asia. What I'm going to say is actually common sense for historians. But I still have to make this introduction to most of the social scientists in our conference that Asia is not a very natural or it's not a naturally born idea. Actually, it has its own history, and the history is quite interesting and intriguing. As far as we can know from archaeological findings, the name of Asia, or the very idea of Asia, has an age of more than 3,000 years. It was first found inscribed on an Assyrian stele, which can be dated to more than 3,000 years ago. And on that stele, very interestingly, Asia means the place of sunrise, because as we know, Assyria lies in today's Middle East. So looking to the east from today's Middle East, we see a place called Asia, which is understood as the place of sunrise. On the other hand, if we look westward from the Middle East, from the Assyrian Empire, we can see that Europe to the east of Assyria is the place of sunset. So from the very beginning, Asia and Europe constituted a pair of ideas signifying different directions of the world. Okay, but very interestingly, this very idea or this very dichotomy between Asia and Europe went to went westward and was inherited by Europeans. So this consciousness of East and West dichotomy became very deep-rooted in European culture, but it was hardly known to Asian peoples before the 16th century. That's a very interesting historical background. Okay, so in the very beginning, the East or Asia was recognized by Europeans as a place or the origins of civilization. If you have ever read Homer's epics, like the Iliad or the Odyssey, or if you have ever read Herodotus' histories, you will find very vague description in their words that Asia was a brilliant place full of high or advanced civilization. And in many senses, European people, well, they were very self-confident. They acknowledged that they had a lot of things to learn from Eastern civilizations. Okay, and after that, many centuries passed, but we can see a very interesting fact that until very recently in the 16th or 19th century, Asia was still viewed very positively by early modern Europeans. And here I would like to give one example, which is Voltaire. Everybody knows that he was the representative Enlightenment thinker of the French Enlightenment. And he regarded China, the East, especially China, as the humanistic empire, which was ruled by very kind emperors and constituting a sharp contrast to the situation in Europe, which was then ruled under the church's authority. So until the early 18th century, you can see that Europeans still have very positive ideas about Asia. But as time went by, when the Europeans became stronger and stronger, and they had more and more knowledge about Asia and the other parts of the world, Asia's image became more and more negative in the European mind. So you can see with the rise of Europe, Asia became directional indicators to ideological signifier. Originally, Asia simply meant the East, but now with Europe becoming stronger, Asia became a symbol of weaker civilization or less advanced cultures. Okay, then Asia from high culture became the tokens of backwardness and despotism, and we can find in Hegel and Marx philosophies that Asia was once very brilliant, but at a certain point of historical development, the Asian continent became stagnated, and they didn't Asian civilizations didn't make progress like European civilization did in the recent centuries. Okay, then even worse, most of Asian countries became colonies of European and Japanese imperialism, and it is among this European domination that you can see a kind of ideology rise, which can be called Pan-Asianism, and I will make a brief introduction to it later. Okay, and after the end of World War II, most Asian countries became independent, and the world became more and more like what we understand it today. Okay, so I would like to give a quotation as emblematic of what Pan-Asianism is about. In 1901, the Japanese scholar Otakura Tenshin made a claim that Asia is one, the Himalayas divide only to accentuate two mighty civilizations. The Chinese with its communism of Confucius, and the Indian with its individualism of the Vedas. But not even the snowy barriers can interrupt for one moment that broad expanse of love for the ultimate and the universal, which is the common thought inheritance of every Asiatic rate, enabling them to produce all the great regions of the world and distinguishing them from those maritime peoples of the Mediterranean and Baltic, who love to dwell on the particular and to search out the means to not identify. So here we see a very simplistic classification of Asia, of Europe, or of the East and the West. That Asia is the civilization characterized by spirituality. On the other hand, Europe is the materialistic culture characterized by its pursuit of material progress, things like that. Okay, but from my very simple introductions, I think one problem may start to emerge in most of your minds, that and the problem is what Asia really means. I think the most important question about Asia is its real scope. We use Asia in a very loose term, but what this Asia signifies always constitutes a very intriguing question in intellectual history. So from my introduction, we can already see that Asia can mean part of Eurasia to the east of Europe. But for most centuries after the rise of Islam, Asia become interchangeable with the term the Orient. Okay, and then with the Islamic Orient being frequently used by Europeans, we have other terms like the Far East, the Middle East. And what does the Far East include? We know China, we know Korea, we know Japan, but is India included in so-called Far East? And how about Russia? I think these are very intriguing questions about our definition of Asia. Okay, so I would like to use this quotation to conclude the first part of my presentation. Rabindranath Tagore made this claim in 1929 in a lecture in Japan. He said that when we talk about European civilization, we use the term which is real in its meaning. It is an undoubted fact. But when they glibly talk of the Oriental mind and culture, they do not realize that we have not yet been able to develop a universal mind, a great background of Oriental cultures. Our cultures are too scattered, which means as early as the early 20th century, many thinkers had already noticed that Asia was not a very justifiable idea. It's very vague, and it can assume different meanings in different contexts. So in sharp contrast to Europe, Europe can be considered as a civilization derived from the same origins, but Asia has no common origin for its subcultures. So until today, we see that this statement, this observation made by Rabindranath Tagore is still applicable today, because we still don't know what Asia really means. We use different meanings for Asia for different purposes, and this can have very strong implications for our consideration of future international relations. Okay, then I will shift the theme to debate on Asian values. And the subtitle I give to this section is Asia Strikes Back, because we know that the debate on Asian values arose because many Asian countries since the 1970s made Western-style economic achievement by not very strictly following the political model of the West. So after they achieved the economic successes, many Asian countries feel confident to claim that their values contributed a lot to their economic growth. So they, by stating this, they want to prove that the European path or the Western path is not the only road to follow for a country or for a whole region to develop. Okay. So there are many representatives of the claims of Asian values, but I think the most important and most renowned person is Lee Kuan-yew. In 1994, in an interview with Fareed Zakaria, Lee Kuan-yew claimed that he was modest in claiming that I don't think there is an Asian model as such, but I think the emphasis of the sentence lies on the second part, that but Asian societies are unlike Western ones. And here I would like to stress that for Li Guangyao, Asian societies actually means East Asian societies. That's why he enforced his argument by mentioning the Confucian ethics of 修身齐家治国平天下, cultivating self, taking care of the family, managing the state, and pacifying the world. He considered this a kind of a normal program for Asian people to consider their relationship with their family, with their society, and with their state. That is to say, for Li Guangyao, he didn't think that Western, especially American liberal democracy, is universally applicable. Instead, he proposed that different relationships between state, between society, and between people should be formulated to better address the changing situation of the world. Okay. And on the other hand, we can see that while there are many advocates of Asian values, there are also prominent critics of such kind of claims of Asian values. And they make such counter arguments from different perspectives. And culturally, we can see that some people argue Asian traditions have democratic elements as well, though those elements did not in history formulate a kind of democratic institution like we see in Europe. And the most famous advocate of such kind of view is the Indian economist Amartya Sen, who made a speech in 1996 or 7, I forget, that in which he claims that both Indian and Chinese civilization have very favorable elements for human rights and for building democracy. Okay, and there are counter arguments to Asian values from political perspective as well. Okay, some people consider that Asian values are simply justification for bypassing human rights issues, maintaining authoritarian rule and state control over the economy. Okay, and some people point out that historically, okay, claims of Asian values rose with mainly East Asian economic growth and declined, or at least receded, with the 1997 economic crisis. So what I would like to remind you is that while Asian values constitute a very interesting topic in intellectual history, it is much more complicated than we had ever imagined. Okay, and even today, when we talk about Asian values, we can still gather very different, some positive and some negative imaginations about it. So Asian values they are still of significance to our discussion of the development of future culture. Okay, and soon after Fareed Zakaria made the interview with Lee Kuan-yew, the former president of South Korea, Kim Dae-jung, also published an article on the Journal of Foreign Affairs. He claimed that Asia should lose no time in firmly establishing democracy and strengthening human rights. The biggest obstacle is not its cultural heritage, but the resistance of authoritarian rulers and their policies. Asia has much to offer the rest of the world. Its rich heritage of democracy-oriented philosophies and traditions can make a significant contribution to the evolution of global democracy. Culture is not destiny, democracy. We can see that in Lee Kuan-yew's in the interview with Lee Kuan-yew, the article was given the title "Culture is Destiny," and Lee Kuan-yew stressed that different cultures can have very different imaginations about issues of human rights or democracy. Here, As the long-term political dissident, Kim Dae-jung claimed that culture is not destiny. For him, democracy occupies a higher position of civilization than culture, especially Confucian culture does. Okay, so after the long introduction of the debate on Asian values, one question is justifiable. That is, how does Europe feature in the debate? Okay, and my answer is that Europe is historically significant for the development of modern values and institutes, but most comparisons are strategically drawn between Asia and America. Okay, this is very interesting observation, and I will elaborate on it more in my article. But here I would like to stop here. And now let's see what Chinese characters means. What are they? Okay, so I believe many of you have heard a lot about Chinese characteristics. And here I would like to introduce some slogans. There is socialism with Chinese characteristics, which may mean that state control or state control over free market practice, free market practice. And more recently, we can hear Xi Jinping say, 4 matters of confidence, 4个自信, they are confidences of chosen path, confidence of guiding theories, confidence of political system, and confidence of culture. Okay, and whatever those Chinese characteristics mean, I think an observation made by a Hong Kong-based journalist is very perceptive. He says that Chinese characteristics are frequently used to indicate that what is being discussed is not what the rest of the world expects. In short, Chinese characteristics means everything that the other parts of the world lack, but only China possesses. Okay. And by stating this, China claims that it should not follow the path or the route set by the other parts of the world, but following the path set by itself. Okay, and even Henry Kissinger showed particular interest in China's singularity in terms of worldview, democratic practice, and international behavior based on its glorified culture. So there are some people claiming that Henry Kissinger has changed as a scholar in international relations. He has changed from a realist to a constructivist. Okay. And Chinese attitudes toward Asia, I would like to show some inner tensions. My conclusion is that Chinese attitudes toward Asia is a very complicated issue. Historically, the traditional East Asian international order had long been China-centered. It's a historical fact. But intellectually, very curiously, Asia really constitutes a significant issue in China's cultural debate, in sharp contrast to Europe. Japan paid and still pays very much attention to the issue of Asia. But until very recently, we find in Chinese intellectual circles very few discussions on Asian issues. I mean, Asian culture or Asian historical issues. That's a very interesting phenomenon that I will explore in my article. But geopolitically, you can see that a China dominating Asian Union or regionalism is desired against the West. So from different perspectives, we can see that China shows contradictory attitudes toward the issue of Asia. And I think the contradiction will remain well into the future. Okay, so once the strong advocates of Asian values, China seems to have turned inward looking in recent years, and the Asian neighboring countries are very worried. Because when China shows interest in Asia, its neighboring countries would start to consider whether China wants to lead or to participate in Asia. Okay. So now I would like to restate my points of argument. From Asian values, we can see it's economically driven claim favored by non-democratic rulers in general. And then Chinese characters represent that China as a singular or supreme player on the world stage. Now, Asian integration, or at least East Asian integration. For this issue, I would like to ask, is EU a model for emulation? Because in European history, we can see balance of power is the honored tradition, but such kind of a situation rarely occurs in East Asian history. So for future integration of East Asia, I personally doubt whether EU would play a desirable model for to be emulated. Okay. So let's see the values of the EU is proclaimed on the official website. You can see human dignity and freedom and democracy, equality, rule of law, and human rights. And this can bring us to doubt that whether these values are acceptable for Asian values or Chinese characteristics supporters. Will those supporters propose a kind of Asian integration based on these EU values? I personally find this a very interesting topic, and I would like to make more discussion in the future. Okay, so my last slide is a citation from Samuel Huntington. He said, perhaps as Freeberg suggested, Europe's past is Asia's future. More probably, Asia's past will be Asia's future. The choice for Asia is between power balanced at the price of conflict or peace secured at the price of hegemony. Western societies might go for conflict and balance. History, culture, and the realities, power strongly suggested that Asia will opt for peace and hegemony. The era that began with the Western intrusions of the 1840s and the 1850s is ending. China is resuming its place as the regional hegemon, and the East is coming to its own. So I use this quotation as the ending mark of my presentation, and I would like to receive your comments and your opinions on my on the linkage I made between Asian values and the Chinese characteristics with a major reference to Europe. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I think I'm a little over time, so I would like to give the space to Professor Chen Zhexing from National Taipei University.
Hey, thank you, Chair. Could everybody hear me? Hi, could everybody hear me?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Let me share my PowerPoint. Okay. Good day, Chair, Professor Ye, and colleagues from Taiwan and Europe. Thank you for the chance to let me do the presentation here. So my paper is about the impact of Euroscepticism on the voting decision in 2019 European Parliament election. So I will discuss this topic because voter turnout is one of the fundamental features of democracy. So declining rates can indicate the political system is experiencing a crisis of legitimacy. So I will discuss the voting decision from two perspectives. So I will go back to my main points afterwards. So I will discuss the individual voting decision from two perspectives. The first is the calculus of voting. It's about individual behavior. So if the benefit of voting is larger than the cost, people will go to the poll to vote. Although there are some voting paradox in explaining the huge voter turnout, but So the changes in the expected benefit from environmental variables are effective in explaining variations of decisions regarding whether to turn out or not. So here, my focus is on the marginal effects of the environmental variable. And the second perspective is the motivation to vote. So the voting calculation of the different individual can induce by and enhance political interest. Once the external context has changed, the individual assessment of the politics can be different than before and alter its voting decision. So this is from the individual perspective. But the paper also considers other contextual factors. The first contextual factor is institutional. So it is electoral system. So since the European Parliament election, its electoral system is the same across different member states. It's all proportional representation. So usually scholars, they conclude that PR fosters voter turnout. And the underlying mechanism that drives higher turnout under PR can be summarized as three factors: nationally competitive districts, multiple partyism, and electoral proportionality. And this is fixed for all the countries. And the second contextual factor, which is changing, is the main focus of this paper. It is the Euroscepticism. So since the event of the 2008 financial crisis and European debt crisis, Euroscepticism becomes more visible in the member states of European Union. Again, after 2015 European migrant crisis and 2016 Brexit vote to leave, Euroscepticism continues to be a salient issue in the path of European integration. So the factor of Euroscepticism becomes more significant. So we can see that the environment is changing. So let me roughly define what Euroscepticism is. So from the political party side, Taga and Sizabites try to break the concept down to distinguish between principled or hard opposition to European integration and contingent or soft opposition. So this kind of political party strategic positioning is to attract more political support in elections. So the supply side of the political party, they will like take a more skeptic stance in election. So we can observe the political phenomena of skepticism about European integration among political parties across Europe. Next, from the public opinion side, the combination of the victory of the Brexit referendum to leave the EU is also the evidence in the public opinion. So according to a series of recent crises, the trend of Euroscepticism among the public is on the rise. So the widespread phenomenon has transformed the public attitude to the permissive consensus toward EU integration into the constraining dissensus. So the main argument of this paper is very simple. So under the control of the contextual factors such as the institutional framework, the electoral system, and the cultural environment, the universal swirling Euroscepticism among European electors should revise the individual propensity to vote or to abstain. So this paper argues that a more Eurosceptic citizen is more likely to go to the poll in European Parliament election to express her discontent toward EU. So below is my main hypothesis. Euroscepticism increases the individual motivation to vote in the 2019 EP election. Next, I will present my empirical analysis. So I use the survey data from Eurobarometer 91.5. So the data set includes 27 member states with UK. So there are total 28 countries in the data set because of the significance of the Brexit referendum. The main dependent variable is the decision of self-reported turnout, which is defined as whether or not a voter casts a ballot in 2019 EP election. So the questionnaire question is as follows. European Parliament election were held on the country name. For one reason or another, some people in the country did not vote in the election. So did yourself vote in the recent European elections? So in the survey, there are different measurements of the Euroscepticism. So the first measurement is as follows. It's about the speed of European integration. There are two variables asked in the survey. The first variable is that, in your opinion, what is the current speed of building Europe? Please look at these figures. Number 1 is standing still. Number 7 is running as fast as possible. Choose the one which best corresponds with your opinion of the current speed of building Europe. The second variable is and which corresponds best to the speed you would like. So the first measurement of Euroscepticism is defined as the first variable minus the second. So if the current speed of integration is too fast, then the citizen wants, then a citizen is more scattered. So the second measurement is about EU membership. So the question is as follows. Generally speaking, do you think that the country name membership of the European Union is a good thing, a bad thing, or neither good nor bad? So the second measurement is defined as those who think EU a bad thing. The third measurement is about EU identity. So the question is as follows. In the near future, do you think yourself as one nationality only, two nationality and European? Third, European and nationality. 4, European only. So the third measurement is defined as those who identify with their country only. So the fourth measurement is about EU image. So the question X is as follows. In general, does the EU conjure up for you a very positive, fairly positive, neutral, fairly negative, or very negative image? So the fourth measurement is defined as those who has a very negative or very negative image toward EU. And the fifth measurement of the Euroscepticism is about economic benefits. The question is, taking everything into account, would you say that our country has unbalanced benefited or not from being a member of the EU? So the fixed measurement is defined as those who think their country not benefited from being a member from the EU. Okay, so these are the 5 measurements of the Euroscepticism empirically. So first, I do a correlation matrix of these 5 measurements. So the results are in the table 1. These are the correlation coefficients. From these coefficients, we can see that these 5 measurements, the variance of these 5 measurements, they don't overlap very much because the largest correlation coefficient is 0.49, which is smaller than 0.5. and the smaller one is very small, like 0.005. So these 5 measurements, they all capture different dimensions of Euroscepticism. Oh, okay, next I do a regression model. So the equation is like the probability of voting is a logistic function with independent variables as follows, like country-specific intercepts, different constants to capture their different cultural environment, their different other kinds of features in that country, and individual level like Euroscepticism, the main focus of this paper, and their gender, their age, and their different levels of political interest, and some other random error terms. So individual level control variables like gender, age, political interest. So in the model, we intend to explain how an individual decides to vote or not to vote. Although the unit of analysis is at the micro level, it is the aggregate pattern that we would like to discover. So in the regression model, I use the population average model, which usually uses GEE estimation methods because the behavior of citizens in the same country may be correlated, so they are in the same context. Thus, violating the dependence assumption traditional regression models. So here are the results of the regression models. So since we have 5 different methods of this, so from these models, so model 1 is the first measurement, and model 2 is the second, and so forth. So we can see that direction of the coefficients of the Euroscepticism in the first model is like positive, which is the expectation of the main hypothesis. But from the other 4 models, they are negative. So they violate the hypothesis. So from these results, let me go back to the main point. So from the third point, 5 versions of the operationalization of Euroscepticism are used in the analysis. So these 5 versions are the speed of EU integration, EU membership, EU identity, EU image, and economic benefits. So the empirical results from the table 2 are mixed, with the speed of EU integration promoting voter turnout, while other 4 versions obstruct voter turnout. So these are the main findings. So let me go back to the final discussion. So since the results are mixed, so the mixed influence of Euroscepticism on the decisions of voting needs more answer. So I think there are some future directions to do more research. So first, depending on the data comparability, maybe we should continue to examine the effects of Euroscepticism on voter turnout in 2014 election and 2009 EP election. This is the first way to go. And the second angle, we can see that the EU aggregate pattern may be too simplistic and too ambitious. We need to examine how the effects of Euroscepticism are mediated by country-specific variables. So in the current model, it all captured by the country-specific constants. So maybe it's too simple. So maybe we need to divide the effects of country-specific out of the constants and try to use some country-specific variables to find the impacts on Euroscepticism. And third, in order to disentangle the effects of Euroscepticism in each country, we can examine the variation of the pattern country by country. So these are possible directions for the future research. And here are my references. Okay, thank you for your attention. So any comments are welcome. Okay, let me go back to.
Okay, Professor Chen, thank you very much for your presentation. And very much to my regret, I am not political scientist, so I am not qualified to comment on the papers presented by Mr. Jasper and Professor Chen. But I left one question for Jasper beforehand that I'm personally very curious about how ion managed model could be adapted to EU's foreign policy toward cross-strait.
Well,
and
yeah.
After this question, I will invite all the participants to join discussion. So now I give the floor to Jasper, okay?
Yes. Well, actually, Manners claims in his paper that that the EU, because of its hybrid political entity, needs these 6 specific modifiers, and he then applies it, as I said, on the specific examples in different countries worldwide concerning the death penalty, and he connects that to how EU normativity has been supportive of that. And I intend for the final product of the paper to do the same, but then with examples from the cross-strait relations. But yeah, that's exactly what I still have to do to transform the draft into a full paper. And I do also intend to, yeah, he's sadly, as I said, not here, but to use the framework made by Professor Emilian Kowalski's about normativity to upgrade that a little bit to explain why because Manners does not do that, why the PRC's normativity clashes, so the cultural barrier, and is so hard with the AU one. And Professor Kowalski has given a very interesting view of that. But yeah, sadly we can't listen to it. So yeah, hope that answered the question.
Okay. I'm looking forward to reading your full paper in the future, and I'm very interested in how these models can be applied to these EU-based models can be applied to other parts of the world, and that's my interest. Okay, so I think we still have around 8 minutes left. So, are there any comments or questions to be presented to our presenters? Yes, I see Professor Luo, right? Your microphone, sorry. I can't hear you. No, no sound.没有声音，没有声音，可能麦克风没有开。
好像开了，但是没有声音。
Okay, Professor Luo will type her questions. So I would like to proceed to invite other participants to raise their questions. No comments or questions. Okay, Professor Luo asks, is EU changing its
well, yeah, that's of course a very broad question, but yes, I think the whole thing is that it's as I said in my presentation, getting much more principled taking a much more principled stance than it has before, and it actually has making those stance harder. But I would say that was the argument that it's basically the EU Parliament that is well influencing the Commission and the Council to finally take this harder approach, as until then it had been just pragmatic business, and Taiwan was just in that paper that I quoted a non-strategic importance to the European Commission. But now that principles are getting more important again, this is indeed changing, and the question is how this will develop in the future. But yeah, we see now problems with, as other speakers have already explained, with CIA and yeah, I don't expect this trend to reverse anytime soon, to be honest. So yes, definitely a changing attitude.
Sorry, Professor Luo found another question for Professor Chen. Is there country difference between EU countries?
Do you mean different patterns in the public opinion, or what? What country difference between EU countries?
I think perhaps Professor Luo means that is there any difference between different European countries towards the opinion about European integration? Am I right? Different degrees of Euroscepticism. Maybe I can understand it this way, but I'm not sure whether I'm right or not.
Yeah, that's a good question, because I have examined the pattern across different countries. So yeah, that's a pattern that I need to show in the paper. I need to show first that there are different levels among public opinions across different countries. So I need to check the data and see whether there's any variations across different countries. Yes. Oh, you mean, oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's the future direction, research direction that I say in the discussion, the third direction. So maybe I should run the model country by country and see whether there is a variation across different countries. So that's more job to do. Okay, more job to do. Yes, I need to dig further to see whether there's a pattern there.
Okay, since there are no more questions and our time is almost up, so let me give the floor back to Professor Ye Guojun. Okay.
Thank you, Yotin. So I think, of course, now it's a bit late, but I would like to say that, in fact, Kawalski, I mean, the first speaker of our last section, will be absent. We will be absent due to some family affairs. So in fact, in our last section, section 5. There will be 2 presentations only. So it means that we can close our conference earlier. So I think let's take a break. And for 10 minutes. Now it's 5:44 p.m. Right? Okay. So maybe we will back to the section 5 after 10 minutes. Okay, so let's take a break. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you very much. See
Okay.
you later.
Later. Okay, thank you. Yeah, take a break.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope like everybody is now back to our very final sessions. So good evening, also good afternoon for everybody, all the presenters, professor, and also all the participants. Thank you so much for staying with us until the very last session, number 5 sessions. And my name is Yongyong Zhang. So thank you very much, Professor Ye, for having me here to chair the sections. First of all, these sections will be focused on issues. Originally, you might have known that there will be 3 centers altogether, but as you have been noted already, that Professor Kowalski, due to some family issues, in particular, is a pity, but at least we will have the probably like in German they say Feierabend, so we will have an earlier closing remark. Then that's the good positive side about this. So I think we have talked about a lot about the economic issues and cultural and so normative issue. Now we are moving to the geopolitical and security issue, but I would probably say that there are also some kind of connecting or overlapping areas, like from my presentation, was also from Dr. An's presentation. So now let me share my screen first. So can you hear me and my share screen? Just want to try. Or yes, then I will go for my presentation. Professor Ye, can you see my PowerPoint? Not yet. Okay. No? Okay, let me try to stop it again. I'll try to do once again. Share. Does it work now? No? Mm-hmm. So share. So I'm facing some technical issues. Problem here. Let me try. Oh, okay. So can you actually hear me clearly? If it's I'm not able to share the screen, I'll probably kindly ask Mr. Chen. Okay.
Ting Yi, could you help Professor Yong Zhang to share the PowerPoints? And then, Ting Yi, could you hear me?
Now I can hear. Now I can hear everybody.
Okay.
Should I try to share that, or can you help me? Okay, great. Okay, so if there's any kind of unstable, or just give me a sign, and I will try to make something up about this. So now let me start my presentation first. So the title of my presentation will be the Belt and Road Initiative, a world order reframed by China. So today I'm going to focus more on China's discourse power, exercise through the promoting the BRI narratives, and then also drawing the implications for EU-China relations and the world order. So please help me to go to the next slide. So before I'm going to give you the outline of my presentations. It will be divided into 4 different parts. So theoretical backgrounds, then I will switch to focus on China and its international discourse power. Then move to the empirical part, talking about the Belt and Road Initiative narratives. Then I will make a brief conclusions. So please help me to switch to the next slide. Okay, so the first part, with the crisis and challenges faced by the world, plus the pandemic influence recently, I think the questions where the world order will be heading to seems to be a very imperative one to counter. So therefore, I start my presentations and also my paper as well by looking at the transformation of the world order. And here, of course, there are already a lot of debate going on and within the academic circles and also practical circles. So I mainly summarize 2 main stands here. The first group actually admitted that the established liberal order is in crisis and being challenged, but they claim that this kind of circumstances will only be temporary. And for them to ensure this order can survive from the crisis, the rule of the United States and the power of the United States need to be consolidated. In comparison, the second group, the other stance, they believe that there is a long-term shift already in the global system in which the liberal international order is already irretrievable and suffering from some kind of grave systemic crisis. So from this perspective, the current order would be partially preserved and then merged into some kind of new multiplex world. So here it is the rule of emerging powers that are important to shape the future order. Whatever stance it is, the main concern is about what kinds of new order will emerge and if the liberal order will be endangered or replaced by the so-called authoritarian one. In the paper, I actually take the second viewpoint and argue that, among others, the rule of China is decisive in determining the directions of the world order. So first of all, why? It's very straightforward that China has the ability and has the power. Secondly, it's very important that China also has this willingness and motivation to do so, that China is not completely satisfied with the current order. So for China, the existing order is unfair in the way it's dominated by the Western countries and trying to keep China's influence down. And also, the existing order is unreasonable, that it is incapable of solving the world's most serious problems. So how can China be a game changer of the world order? In my paper, rather than focusing on the so-called material aspect, I actually choose to look at the discourse power of China in terms of its foreign policy. So namely, I would like to look at its development and also applications of the discourse power in the international sphere. So next slide, please. Okay, so what is discourse power? To understand the power of the discourse, it has to be put in the context of the constructivism, that knowledge is socially constructed. So discourse and narratives, they are the key for international actors to make sense of the world and also to act upon it. Besides this, knowledge construction and interpretation through discourse also manifests power relations. So discourse is produced by those who have power and also the mediums of communication. So basically, you need both the material basis and also the ideological support to exercise the discourse power. But what exactly is this connections between discourse power and the world order? In short, it is believed that without international discourse dominance, it would be difficult for states to dominate the world order. So basically, it is believed that from discourse perspective, the formation and continuity of the world order not only marks the establishment of a certain discursive dominance, but also demonstrates that the values and principles expressed in this discourse are widely recognized by most of the members in the system. So as it is very well said that whoever rules the world rules the world. So to better define international discourse power here, I actually quote from the faucet to help people understand what international discourse power can be referred to. So a country can attain increased geopolitical power by setting agendas internationally through influencing the political order and values internationally. So next slide, please. So now I'm going to move to the second part and focus on, or switch to the focus on China and its development of the discourse power. So basically, China's claim to international discourse power has gone through a process from scratch, from weak to strong, and also from passive to active. The development of Chinese international discourse power can actually be observed from three main stages that I tried to describe here in a slide. So the first stage is between 49 and 78, that China tried to construct its own discourse in a relatively autonomous and independent way. So being situated in the bipolar international environment, China has expressed its non-aligned discourse. For instance, this kind of 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. And the second stage, in comparison to the last stage, being situated in the United States center Western dominant world, China has utilized the Western discourse to construct its own international discourse, and it mainly focused on, for instance, China's inclusions and integrations into international organizations or system, and also its promotion of the peace and development. So the very last phase here will be starting from 2008. Ever since the global financial crisis in 2008, China's economic power has been recognized worldwide, and its influence has increasingly expanded. So gradually, China has become more proactive and even assertive to construct its own course in a very innovative way. So during these stages, or from 2008 on, China started to focus on constructing discourses concerning crisis, for instance, in the liberal world order, such as there's an anti-globalization going on, the populism going on, and there's some climate crisis or democratic crisis in the existing world. And also China trying to provide alternative path like China could provide to the world, and also China aims to promoting this kind of so-called China model to or introduce the China model to the world. Please click more. So it is important that since 2013, under Xi Jinping's administrations, the leadership actually very clearly indicated its willingness to elevate the enhancement of Chinese discourse power to the level of a national strategy and a comprehensive foreign policy. Next slide, please. So now here, I'm trying to give you these quotations from Wang Yi during his discussions with the China Public Diplomacy Associations in 2020. It stated like this: it is the urgent need of enhancing China's international discourse power. At present, the international community pays more attention to China's development, but there are also some doubts, misunderstandings, and even deliberate attacks and smears on China by some forces. Therefore, we need to take more initiative in China stories, and we need to eliminate the discourse deficit in perceptions of China. Next slide. So by the same token, Xi Jinping also adding upon this that addressing it is very important to enhance China's international discourse power. So this year, 2021, he made a statement in the Politburo Group study sections that we should develop a voice in international discourse that matches with China's comprehensive national strengths and international status. We should construct China's own discourse and narrative using new concepts, domains, and expressions to better tell China's stories and the spiritual strengths behind the stories. Next slide, please. So basically, with all this statement by the high officials and considering this trajectory of its development, I think it's not difficult to make a short summaries that for China, international discourse power contain three major components. right, power, and capability. So for China, it's not just about stressing China's right to speak. It's also related to the power and capability that China is able to make others listen to its viewpoints, to influence others' perceptions of China, and also eventually to shape the discourse and even norms that underpins the international order. So to summarize, I'm trying to say that there are three characteristics like how China perceives international discourse power. First, discourse power is considered as a kind of soft power that rooted in material power, and a country's comprehensive national power would be incomplete without it. Second, China believes that international discourse power has been used by the West to dominate the international system and the world order. Therefore, China's discursive influence does not match its status as a great power. And as many Chinese scholars call it, it's a state of speechlessness, 无语, or loss of voice, 失语, that China has failed to turn its achievement and turn its comprehensive strength into the discourse advantage. The last point here is finally, China's time has now come. It's China's turn to assert authority over the world order using the same instruments that the West has used to establish and maintain its dominance. Next slide, please. So before I further go into the details to talking about China's BRI, Belt and Road Initiative narrative, I would like to first locate China's positions in the international discourse system by discussing three different levels of narrative that I adopted from Ms. Kim Moon. The purpose here is actually to stress that one nation's discourse power needs to be understood contextually. So first is about the international system narrative. It elaborates the nature of the structures of international affairs, how the world is structured, who the players are, how it works, and also it defines the state's place in the international system. So in this context, the dominant world order is narrated as a liberal democracy that shaped a rule-based international system, and a growing China is narrated with the characteristic of a rising power that might be a threat to the existing world order. So, constrained within this kind of international system narrative, China is striving to rewrite and also reshape the narrative to improve its national image and also to improve its benevolence in the international sphere. The second level is about the national narratives. This national narrative actually focuses more on a national story and also the values or goals attached to the story. So, namely, it is about one's nation's own identity in international affairs. So accordingly, in its national narrative, China as a rising great power has long identified itself with the value of peace and also continually emphasized the peaceful rising and peaceful development in the international room. However, as you can see that China's power and influence growing, and plus the critics that China is being too soft in its foreign policy, the national narrative has evolved from low profile to bolder assertions aiming to promote the peaceful order in China's own way. So the last level would be the issue narrative that it explains why a particular policy, strategies, or countermeasure is needed and should be adopted. So I take China's BRI narrative as an issue narrative that, from China's perspective, the world is ordered in a fair and a reasonable way, as I mentioned before, and this needs to be changed, and China will be more than willing to burden this responsibility and to promote a so-called very shared prosperous future. So it is against this kind of background that the BRI narrative should be understood. So from discursive perspective, the Belt and Road Initiative is proposed to be a priority and continuity in Chinese foreign policy to build an international discourse system with Chinese characteristics, as Professor Li Yuling just mentioned and explained us in the last session. So we can say that Chinese BRI narratives actually centers around what China can bring to the volatile and dysfunctional international system. And through its BRI narrative, or in order to see how China actually communicate with the international audience through this BRI narrative, I try to review the communication process of the BRI narrative, which includes the formation, projections, and receptions in my paper. Next slide, please. So the first part will be the formation. That formation is fundamental. In the formation part, I actually focus more on the strategic goals of China's BRI narrative, and also the way China framed itself as an indispensable contributor to provide solution to the problematic world. It is very interesting to note while formulating this BRI narrative, the so-called Chinese exceptionalism is presented, that China is fundamentally very different from other previous great powers, especially in dealing with developing countries. And BRI narrative provides a very different way of considering development and a different understanding of the way the global order should be constructed. I think by so doing, China is actually trying to form some kind of weakness identity to differentiate itself from the other. So China is indispensable, beneficial, and also harmless, while the other is actually interventionalist, hegemonic, and also materialistic. In addition to formulating the narrative in the communication process, it's also very important to project your narratives and that it can resonate with the audience, so your narratives can actually further be passed on. In terms of the projections, the BRI is projected and embellished for a grand vision that a peaceful and harmonious world is awaiting. To analyze this kind of projections in the BRI narrative, I try to adopt this linguistic fact-taking notes to in my paper. So for instance, you can see the value signifiers, which make the narrative meaningful and also present some common ground with the audience. For instance, some core concepts like consultations, win-win cooperations, mutual beneficial developments, or openness and inclusiveness, those core concepts are included and often be repeated and stressed in the BRI narratives. Besides, the BRI narrative also projects the so-called fantasy, which is described as a community with a common shared future, which they describe it as better and more promising, and that this kind of common shared future for the humankind should be decided by all countries working together. Not to mention, within this fantasy, it presents the BRI as some kind of cure-all project that covers from issues for topics like economics to health, and from environment to digitalization issues. And in this projection part, the very last affecting note is the so-called biographical narratives. So the BRI also has this biographical narrative that associates itself with the ancient Silk Road. For instance, you could see the Green Silk Road, Health Silk Road, and also the Digital Silk Road. So this all helps to authorize and also justify China's proposal and China's intention of promoting and implementing this BRI initiative. So very last point of this communications process, it comes to the receptions part in this process. For this reception part, my paper actually trying to make the assessment according to China's strategic goals of the BRI narrative, which I also describe more in detail in the first formation part. And that is whether this BRI is perceived positively, and also if China's image has been improved after the BRI is announced. Also, if the main agenda of the BRI has actually aroused the general concern and become some kind of central issue when it comes to global governance or dealing with the global affairs. So focusing on Europe, while the perceptions of the China and its BRI narrative actually presented quite a mixed result, some consider it as an opportunity, and some actually see more like a security threat, and maybe also consider China more as a partner or provide more. Some other see it as kind of a rival. So, however, in terms of the agenda setting, I would say it is comparatively noteworthy that the BRI narrative not only dominate many European discourses on China in the mass media or official documents, but also make this idea, the connectivity, as a core agenda in dealing with global affairs or governance. For instance, in 2015, the EU connectivity platform was established, and in 2018, European Way of Connectivity called Connecting Europe and Asia was also published. Most recently, 2021, this year, Council of EU also proposed a geostrategic and broader global approach to connectivity, a global connected Europe. And as presenters from yesterday's sections, they also mentioned that just very most recent this month in September, the so-called Global Gateway was proposed as a very official response to the BRI initiative. Please help me to switch to the next slide. So before conclusions, I would like to see what China, with China's promotions and its framing of the BRI initiative, what would it bring to the EU-China relations? So here are basic two very humble suggestions from my paper that coming out from China's promotions of the BRI narrative. First, on the left-hand side, is it will help to consider the BRI as a building block to the EU-China relations. That means that a closer EU-China relations in terms of cooperations can be expected. So in this perspective, of course, it's very straightforward and self-evident that the strategic importance of EU in the BRI narrative is stressed. And therefore, the BRI narratives actually provide a window of opportunity for the European Union to identify itself as a strong and independent global actor that can form a new axis with China in governing some world or international affairs. And I think this also worked in concert with the very new visions of the geopolitical commissions proposed by the von Leyen, that in order to reinforce the role and legitimacy of the EU to act as a global actor with its own strategic autonomy. Besides, in supporting the idea of Euro-Asia connectivity, a closer cooperation with China under the BRI framework and with the EU-backed connectivity strategies, it can be seen as some kind of strategic countermeasures to lessen European Union's heavy dependence on the United States. And this is particularly important given the fact that the United States has gradually switched its focus and political priorities toward Asia. However, on the right-hand side, you could see that possible negative result coming from this BRI narrative or China's promotions of this BRI narrative would be that BRI can be considered some kind of stumbling block in terms of considering EU-China relations. So for this point, it kind of like that BRI would be considered as a stumbling block that it only manifests the uncertainty or fragility or even the challenges faced by EU and China relations. The first point would be more about China's approach to promote the BRI and the way it's trying to construct this BRI narrative, that despite all this beautiful narrative, when European countries consider in terms of the actions, there's a saying that, well, it's believed that China's fragmented approach in dealing with EU member states will potentially generate competitions among EU members that in the end, it might threaten the unity of the EU and also worsen the EU's internal frictions. Accordingly, this relationship between EU and China would become more and more imbalanced. That means it would become a weakened Europe with an increasingly strong and assertive China. So all of this, it might lead to some kind of directions or general growing sentiment of skepticism about China, which further manifests the lack of mutual trust between China and EU and expose this kind of huge divide between the two parties in terms of values, ideologies, or even the political systems. So please, the very last slide of my presentation. So now here, I would like to end my presentation with two quotations. So first quotation is actually trying to remind us that we should take China's discourse power or China's ambitions to develop and enhance its discourse power more seriously and its influence on the world order seriously. So according to Roland, the quotation goes, the Chinese leadership's effort to increase China's discourse power should not be dismissed or misconstrued as mere propaganda or empty slogans. Rather, they should be seen as evidence of the leadership's determinations to alter the norms that underpin existing institutions and put in place building blocks of a new international system coveted by Chinese Communist Party. So this is how I think it's necessary to consider also the BRI narrative from a very discursive perspective. So the second quotation comes that China is using the BRI as a mechanism through which it set the global agenda, ensuring the diffusions of its own values, ideas, and norms. And in the long term, this diffusions of particular values and norms through the BRI might create a favorable perception that can lead to a wide acceptance of Chinese approach to international order. So here I'm going to end my presentation with one open questions. So the BRI's narratives and its implementations, please click one more. Can we actually expect a multiplex new world order with China enjoying partial hegemony in one of the suborders that is characterized with China's style of governance? So thank you very much. The next slide will be my reference. And thank you very much for your attention, your patience and interest. I'm very looking forward to the further discussions. And also sorry once again for the bad connections and the very beginning of the problem that I couldn't communicate or share my screen. So now I'm ending up here my presentations, and of course now it means that I'm going to welcome Dr. N to present her paper. So before giving the floor and the screen to Dr. N, I would like to briefly just introduce her. So she works currently as a research associate in the 3rd Research Divisions of Zhonghua Institute for Economic Research, and she completed her PhD degree under the supervision of Professor Ye. And recently, she just published one journal article together with Professor Ye titled as Determinants of Taiwan's Outward Investment in Southeast Asia. So today, she's going to present us the paper, why is common prosperity badly needed in mainland China, and interpretations from provincial living standard convergence? So, Dr. Ann, thank you very much. The screen and floor is all yours.
Can you hear me? Okay. So first of all, I would like to say many thanks to the chairman, Professor Zhang, and also Professor Ye, and all the conference today to let me the chance to present our current work. Now I will share my screen. Yeah. So can you see my screen sharing? Okay. So yes, as the chairman already introduced, our paper is about China's growth issue and entitled Why is Common Prosperity Badly Needed in Mainland China? Interpretation from Provincial Living Standards Convergence. And this work is prepared by the team of Professor Lin, Professor Ye, Dr. Chen, and me from CIER. Increasing income inequality has long been a serious concern in China, and it remains a challenge to China's sustainable growth. China's government has implemented some policies to ease this issue. However, in the recent decades, China's economy boomed and social inequality rose. So how to stem out poverty is a struggle for Chinese leadership. There are still now some 600 million workers living off a monthly income of $150 or less. To this problem, President Xi Jinping administration has just launched a new campaign called Common Prosperity. He pressed that this is the requirement of wiping inequality for the balance of growth and stability in the next development phase of China. So in this study, we will give an interpretation for common prosperity from the point of provincial living standards. Clearly, we provide an analysis into income convergence. We answer the question whether the real income dynamics is synchronized among provinces in China. And to conduct this investigation, we employ a new test of the club convergence approach. Since the launch of the Open and Reform of China in 1978, China has experienced a large expansion. We see that the growth rate of GDP in China is remarkably high, and within the 20 years, China's GDP in terms of PPP has increased by around 6.4 times, while the number for the US is only 2 times. And China surpassed the US to be the biggest economy in 2017. But although per capita income has increased, the actual wealth has not been equally shared across society. The income gap between the North and the South was reported widening rapidly within the last 10 years. And clearly, we see that income and wealth inequality is one of the major risks in China now. The idea of common prosperity focuses on 3 things. First, redistributing wealth. Second, leveling opportunities for social advancement. And third, reducing social inequalities. That means that narrows the wealth gap. The Chinese leadership pressed that these moves must be on businesses and enterprises, especially the technology giants. The huge gap in income over the past 3 decades maybe is a result of China's investment and export-led growth model. So with this common prosperity strategy, the government aims to rebalance the economy towards consumption-driven growth by spreading wealth more evenly and reducing the reliance on exports and foreign investment. From China's end, why does the common prosperity issue matter? So first, let's look at the current situation of China's wealth and income distributions. The private sector's wealth, here is the blue line, has increased since the 1980s, but the public sector, the red line, has kept steady. And we can see that the gap between the 2 sectors is getting large and large. On the other hand, China's socialist government, in theory, should be able to keep from inequality thanks to their strong public economic power. So how has the income distribution in China changed since the reform 1978? Just take a look at the international comparison between China, Europe, and the US. This figure shows the gap in the shares between the rich and the poor. The share of the top 10% is significantly higher than that of the bottom 50%. We can see that in China, the bottom group has only 15% of the total income. And also we can see that China and Europe had similar egalitarian in the 1980s, but the inequality in China quickly gets worse from the year 2000, and even so much more than in Europe. In the 2010s, the figure of China is approaching that of the US. One reason is that China achieved a very high level of tax revenues, whereas the basic healthcare or public infrastructure or education remain underfinanced. More evidence can be shown that the government's fiscal policy instruments may be the main cause of this unequal situation. The figure shows the distribution of taxes in China is regressive. It can be seen that the tax of the bottom groups is much higher than that of the top groups. This implies the richer got more in China. The Chinese government so did not use its advantages to make equality. We wonder, will the new push of common prosperity will do the best to revise this phenomenon? The above global and macro evidence has shown a very worsening picture, but we also think that some more micro or local empirics may be important to infer whether a reform is badly needed in China. So in this study, we conduct a provincial level investigation. Intuitively, provincial or regional heterogeneity is the growth dynamics might translate into diversification of the overall economy and then increase the suffering ability of the country from economic and political shocks. However, on the other side, the divergence also causes difficulties for implementing common national policy measures and might gradually worsen the existing unbalanced development. These regional asymmetries have made China confront a challenge of rising regional income disparity for many years. Although China has implemented several regional development strategies, such as the Great Western Development, the rejuvenating Northeast old industrial bases, or the rise of Central China, etc., but it seems that the issue still remains. From these observations and literature reviews, this paper's aim is very simple. We want to provide an interpretation on common prosperity through examining the provincial income convergence in China. Specifically, we verify the real GDP per capita divergence for 31 provinces in China, and then we test the hypothesis of club convergence, showing certain groups of provinces are reaching a similar growth path in the long run. For the methodology, we see that the conventional approaches like unit root test have some disadvantages, such as rejection of the unit root does not imply the provincial income converge to the same level, but there still exists output gap. Or if the common factor is non-stationary, the income differential may retain non-stationary. Therefore, in this study, we employ a sigma convergence approach that investigates the variance convergence of the provincial income over time. In this framework, we decompose the provincial real GDP per capita into a part of systematic risk, lambda mu t, and a part of idiosyncratic risk, AJT. Then we separate the common components from the idiosyncratic components to rewrite the provincial income as Y equal to B mu t. BJT here shows the individual relative coefficient, and we will examine if the BJT converges or not by testing the null hypothesis of convergence for OJ. Then we move the common factor mu t to have the relative transition coefficient HJT. Under the null hypothesis, HJT will converge, and then the cross-sectional variance HT decrease over time. To test the null hypothesis, we adopt a sigma convergence or called the log-T test following Phillips and Saul. If the beta 1 is significant negative, the null will be rejected, meaning no long-run convergence. Regarding the data, we exploit a panel of quarterly real GDP per capita for 31 provinces in China from 2005 Q1 to 2019 Q1. And the data is from the National Bureau of Statistics of China. And the follows are our preliminary empirical results. First, we do the conventional panel unit test for provincial real GDP per capita gap. The results are different. We can see that while the Fisher test rejects the null at 1% level, all other statistics cannot reject, meaning the income conversions cannot be confirmed through the unit root test. So we perform the sigma conversion test for the full sample from 2005 to 2019. The cross-sectional variance we can see in the figure falls quickly, showing the trend of convergence. But after 2015 Q3, it slightly increases, indicating divergence trend. The coefficient beta 1 for the full sample and the subsample are very consistent. They are all negative and significant, meaning the income convergence is fully rejected. That means no long-run convergence in China. However, the sigma convergence algorithm can help us to detect the existence of club convergence in the cross sections. The log-T test on the full sample from 2005 to 2019 shows that 31 provinces are divided into 3 clubs, meaning the income of members in one club will converge in the long run. And we also see that all the betas of the 3 clubs here are positive. That means confirm the club convergence. And we also test the log-T in a subsample from 2009 to 2019. We break the sample by the time launching the 4 trillion plan in China in 2008 to see if there are any changes in the convergence trend of provincial income in China. And here we can see the result shows more divergence among provinces. Specifically, we see some provinces are dependent, do not belong to any clubs. That means more diverse among 31 provinces in China after 2008. And to conclude, in this study, we showed that provincial growth convergence does not exist in China for the last 2 decades, indicating that the inequality in living standards in China. However, there still exists a club convergence within certain groups of provinces. And the empirical results also indicate that the government policies 4 trillion plan in 2008 primarily failed, or the effects is very limited. Besides, we can also adopt this framework to analyze the effects of policies in China. For example, China has another push of the rise of Central China in May 2019, which focuses on Henan, Hubei, Hunan, or Jiangxi, etc. These provinces are in our club too, and we wonder, will these provinces improve and then can catch up with the club 1 under this policy in 2019? So this is still an open question. So my presentation ends here, and thank you for your listening. Any comments and questions are welcome, and also correspondence can also be made at the email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. An. So for giving us this very insightful and very interesting presentation that not just introducing the common prosperity policy, but also propose a new method to examine this economic symmetries in China and verify this economic convergence with this club convergence within the province of China. So now I would like to open to our audience and participant if you have any concerns or you have remarks or comments or questions to our presentations. Let me check with the chat. Okay, so I would like to invite Professor Liu from NTPU. I saw your hands up. Can you unmute yourself or?
Yes, thank you. I have a question to Professor Zhang. And the main topic in your presentation seems to me is about the international discursive of power of mainland China, right? So I'm just curious about, like, we can see they're trying to to promote some ideas or ideology. So different institutions and different treaties, in fact. But I'm just wondering whether if mainland China, its economic power is decreasing, will it make any difference to the point you may made? I quite agree, but I just curious about that to decrease as well the power of its discursive statements or anything like is trying to export to the other place in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. I think it's very important to consider the discourse power is not just, it has to compose two very important parts. It's about the material one and also the ideological part. And I have to admit that I think for China, the advantage is actually based mostly on its economic aspect or this kind of material power. And that is also one of the reasons that China trying to use this kind of discursive influence or in terms of this to improve or also to show that its own ideological influence can be expanded. But I would have to say that China itself also face this problem that it's this kind of ideological attraction is limited in comparison to the other international actors. So I think your points or your considerations or even your doubt is very makes sense and reasonable that this kind of discourse power relies really on this material, and especially in terms of China's case is economically or economic strength. So it depends also on the economic power of the China. So if it's relatively decreasing, then it might also have an impact on its influence of its discourse power. That would be my kind of suggestions, or just my 2 cents.
Yeah, thank you. So could I have a following up question, because so let's say another one. Yes, and as we can see in the past maybe 10 years, right, but a lot of international officers in different kinds of international organizations are from mainland China. Some of them, actually quite a lot, I think. And in light way, would you think other countries, including maybe EU, US, Japan, or maybe Taiwan, I don't know, we can have any other approach to prevent or to maintain a kind of international world order, sorry, not international, like can, to in a way actually to defend or against this kind of game changing just made and trying to promote by the mainland China. Any other approach, do you think?
I think what you mentioned is already one very important part or an aspect that in terms of discourse power or strengthening discourse power, one of the aspects this kind of institutional power, which means that in the international organization, like you say, and if the increasing representative from China, they can have this power to make their voice heard or even kind of setting up their agendas and convincing the other members to follow suit or follow their order. But I think that one of the important point is also not forgetting that those institutions it's already established theirs, and I will have to say one very important point here is how the other, like you say, the other members like Taiwan, or if possible, or if other national actors can be kind of in a very consistent way or find a consensus to deal with China or to deal with a different past perspective or different weight of narrative. I think that's one very important part. And also, the other important point is China is not just only increasing this kind of representative in the international organization that is already established by the so-called Western countries. It also started or established its own kind of international institute. So this is also another part of China trying to increase its influence in terms of institutional power or institutional discourse power. So I think this aspect is also has to be paid attention, that how the so-called different narrative or different perceptions or different actors can also increasing or also having a different or preparing themselves to deal with China in those institutes or internationalization that is established by China. Like for instance, the AIIB or the other Silk Road Fund, all those, etc. So that would be my brief answer. I hope it's somehow to some extent answer to your question.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Okay, let me check if there's any hands up or any further comments or questions. If you are still waiting or thinking, perhaps just a very brief questions or brief concerns, I would like to ask Dr. N, because I realized or I just noticed, for instance, like China, they also it also has some kind of tendency, for instance, some kind of internal policy and or domestic policy that will, in a way, also make it possible or make it accessible into the international sphere or level. Let's say, for instance, the Belt and Road Initiative. It's also connected quite with this Xi Jing, like go Western policy within China. So my question is, what is your take on, for instance, this kind of common prosperity policy that China trying to now like promoting like within China to decrease or to make this convergence? Do you have any idea or do you see any kind of implications this kind of common prosperity policy can be applied or can be further adopted on the international level from China's side? Or implications for the international business community, for instance?
Thank you for Professor Chang for your question. Actually, I have just read about the common prosperity and know that this is a new campaign of President Xi Jinping. Inside, that means you mentioned that it's domestic strategy to just rebalance the economy inside, and you asked that if, in my opinion, that if this strategy can be implemented in other countries, actually, I think, from my opinion, I think each country has their own systems of policies to deal with the issues of inequality or income unbalance between provinces. And here we just mentioned in this study in a very simple meaning that we want to check if the reason for the launching of common prosperity in China is needed or not, that we look back into the current situation of China in inequality to see that if why to explain why China now just launched the new strategy, even though they already have launched a lot of other domestic strategy in the past, we can see, but it seems that it's still not effective enough. So just by this study, we just want to confirm again the situation, the current situation, and maybe yes, this study we still in under working, so we will consider more about your question and also the meaning, the potentials of this strategy of China in the near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. So I see no hands up and also no comments or questions from the chat. So I'll probably just give the floor and screen back to Professor Ye for a closing remark. If you also
thank you, Professor Zhang, and dear colleagues. I know you are very tired after the 3 sections, but please just give me 5 minutes to introduce a very important part. That is, I mean, I would like to introduce you about tell you some information about our special issue of the Journal of Social Science and Philosophy. I think just give me 5 minutes. That's enough. Okay. So maybe you see the message I sent you. I said the first important things about the deadline. Okay. So the deadline of the submission is February should be February 28th of the next year. I mean year 2022. Okay. Anyway, by the end of February of the next year, I will send you a guideline about the submission. So just introduce you some very important dates and very important information. The first is the submission deadline February 28th of the next year. But I encourage you submit earlier. I mean, if you submit earlier, then we can do the peer review process earlier and finish the peer review process earlier, and then we can know the final conclusion earlier. So we have the deadline, but I encourage you to submit earlier, and then maybe we have the chance to publish earlier. Okay. And now I think you see the share the share screen. Ting, please transfer to the English version, not the Chinese version. Yeah, English. The right hand side. Yeah, please. Yeah. Okay. So I think now you are tired, but let me introduce you about this journal. Of course, this journal is famous. This is the first class TSSCI journal. I mean, for example, if you would like to get promotion, for example, from assistant professor to associate professor, if you have a publication on this journal, I will say that you will have a great opportunity to get to be promoted. And sorry, please 拉下来 please. Yeah, please look at the item, please. The item. Please go to the left-hand side. The item, the editor, the about us, and the editorial board. Editorial board, please. Yeah, and as you see, the editor-in-chief is Professor Huang Hong. Maybe you still remember that Professor Huang Hong also participates our conference. Yeah, at section 3, right? Okay. So editor-in-chief is Huang Hong, And our guest editor of this special issue is Professor Park Dixon and Zhang Youzhong and I. And please click the abstract index, please. Yeah, index. Yeah, okay. So as you see, this journal has a very good reputation. It is indexed by Taiwan Citation Index and Taiwan Citation Index Humanity and Social Science and Taiwan Social Science Citation Index. It ranks the first class of this TSSCI. So I think if we can get the publication on this journal, it will be very good for your academic reputation. And finally, I would like to show you the last item. Please note to the contributor. Yeah, and now you also see the website of this homepage, right? Okay, so if you just Google Journal of Social Science and Philosophy, and then you can see this website. However, as I said before, we will send you a guideline. But as you see, you can see the some rules for you to submit this journal. For example, a manuscript should be typed double space and should not exceed 30,000 characters and 15,000 words in English. So of course you can prepare for your draft, but when we would like to accept this paper and would like to prepare for publication in advance, maybe we will ask you to do something and according to this regulation and these rules. Please read the maybe you can read these guidelines and read these rules carefully before you prepare for your draft. Okay, so just very briefly introduce you about this journal, and we will send you a formal email and tell you the details of this special issue. I think now everything. I mean, we finish all the 5 sections of this workshop. I would like to thank you. Thank you all for the participation, and thank Professor Zhang as a chair of this section, and thank you for staying here for so long time, and hope and I also encourage you to submit your draft to this journal, and thank you very much, and I think have a very nice, very good weekend, and thank you very much, and see you. I look forward to see you next time in Taipei or in UGent. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, see you. Okay,
thank you. From my side, thank you, UGent, for the organization, and we are looking forward to reading your papers.
Okay. Thank you, Bart, and we are going to prepare for the special issue in the next stage. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Keep in touch. Okay. Bye bye. See you. Bye bye.
叶老师，
嘿，怎么样？
不好意思，因为我稍早有请问您，就是那个是否这一次的会议会有记录或者是录音档这样的？
对，其实我们今天we recorded already. So if you would like to use this recording, maybe I could share with you using the Google Drive or something. Okay, so we keep in touch. Okay.
Thank you.
好的。
Okay.
再见了。
Okay. You. Bye bye. Thank you.